lets you lock in your rate for 90 days, so if rates go up, you're protected. Or if rates go down, Churchill will drop yours automatically. And Churchill will back your offer with a $10,000 seller guarantee. So if your loan falls through, the seller still gets paid. That's how confident Churchill is. Plus, when you shop as a Churchill certified home buyer, it's stronger than pre-approval. It makes you look like a cash buyer, which makes your offer rise to the top. So don't let this moment pass you by. Go to ChurchillMortgage.com to get started today. That's ChurchillMortgage.com.
This is a paid advertisement. Home buyer edge and seller guarantee are available for qualifying borrowers and select loan types only and are not available in all states or locations. NMLS ID 1591. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Equal housing lender.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon, 2 o'clock now. I'm Becky Lynn. We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly. That's what the president had to say today on the Iran war, speaking at a roundtable on data centers.
So on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
He touted the success of the operations against Iran and that these operations would continue.
As governor, the safety of Arizonans is always going to be my top priority.
The war in Iran has state law enforcement agencies on alert. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live now in Chandler with more.
Yeah, Becky, there's been a concern of potential terror attacks in the U.S. following the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East. Already a possibly linked weekend shooting in Austin, Texas. And Governor Katie Hobbs saying today,
the Department of Emergency Management, the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Public Safety are monitoring any threats. At this point, there are no credible threats.
And she urges Arizonans who may be stuck in the region or know someone who is to stay informed about the changing situation.
Would encourage Arizonans to enroll in the State Department's STEP program so that they can get alerts if they're in affected countries.
Live in Chandler, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
There is no reason for them to treat him like this.
A man is speaking out after his brother died in ICE custody here in Arizona this week. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with more on this tragic story.
A Haitian asylum seeker named Emmanuel Damas was in ICE detention in Flores when he began to complain of a toothache. Damas's family says he was given Tylenol before it got worse, and he was hospitalized in Scottsdale to have surgery. He died days later from sepsis.
My brother could not even open his eyes. Literally, he could not open his eyes. But he still had a handcuff on the hospital bed. His feet and hands were handcuffed on the hospital bed.
Damas' brother, Presley Nelson, tells KTAR their family couldn't locate Damas for 6 out of the 11 days he was hospitalized. Damas died the day after his family was allowed to come say goodbye. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
3 people hurt after firefighters say a plane crashed into the backyard of a North Phoenix home early this morning. At a recent press conference, Phoenix Fire Captain Todd Keller updates us on those injuries, saying someone inside the home was also hurt.
The person out of that east house was injured, was inside the house, adult male, and is being transported for precautionary measures in stable condition.
Everyone involved in that crash has been hospitalized with minor injuries and is expected to fully recover. For more information, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. 3 Valley men have been sentenced to prison after pleading guilty to defrauding Amazon of nearly $4.5 million by increasing transportation rates. Miguth Faisal previously worked at Amazon, but after leaving the company, used his knowledge to devise a scheme. Faisal worked with his brother Bashir and Abdullah Alwan, who owned a certified third-party transportation service, to profit off increased rates. The brothers have now been sentenced to 18 months in prison, while Alwan will serve 6 months, and each will have to pay $1.5 million in restitution. Also in Arizona, a man's going to be spending some time in jail, convicted of fencing nearly $2 million in stolen merchandise. Attorney General Chris Mays, along with the Oro Valley Police Department, found Nicholas Miller worked with an East Coast fence to move the merchandise stolen from stores in Phoenix and Tucson. Miller will be spending more than 3 years in prison and is ordered to pay some $75,000 in fines. On Wall Street today, the Dow was up 238 points, S&P up 53, and the NASDAQ rose 291. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a crash at 99th Avenue and Alabama Avenue in Sun City. And we're clearing a crash right now at Baseline and 7th Street in Phoenix. Traffic brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident, call the attorneys awarded Best Attorneys of America. Call Sweet James, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. 85 for our high temp today, then 59 overnight. Tomorrow, 79 for a high, 74 on Friday, and then back up to the low 80s again. Right now, it is 82 in Peoria. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before the MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed, #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken. Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
Oh, a lot of people will say hour #1, best of the hours.
Well, we'll jump ahead just a little bit. Hour #4, we will have the highly anticipated face-off.
It is highly anticipated.
Every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, we have the face-off. We're going to bring a panel in. Most of it is going to be on Iran. We've got an exceptional panel this week, as always, and we're going to talk about everything you need to know about the war in Iran, how it started, where is it going?
Yeah, the latest.
And some controversy out of the White House. What a shocker. We're going to talk about that at 5 as well at hour #4.
I guess we got to start first by going just a little bit north of us here. Think the 17 in Deer Valley, where a small plane crashed today after leaving Deer Valley Airport, right up there, small commuter airport, if you will. And it's a bit of a miraculous story.
Can I just paint a real quick picture?
No, please.
This house looks like it's a 2-story.
Regular Phoenix house in a what do you call it? Regular neighborhood.
Yeah. They've got like this elevated kind of porch
they got
in the backyard.
Upstairs deck, yeah.
Yeah. The plane is there. There's a plane on it.
That's not an exaggeration.
No.
If you just missed the pool.
Yes. If you think of your backyard and maybe you have a pool.
Yeah.
This thing is about 5 feet away from the pool.
Unreal.
And I think if I can look at this correctly, like the wing is almost in the pool.
Yeah.
And where you sit in the plane, it's upside down. The front of the plane is at, let's just say, the base of your home. And the end of the plane is almost at the top of your roof. It's leaning on the house. I've never seen anything like it.
And when you look at the house next door, you can see the plane hit the roof of the house next door.
Oh, I see
and
that.
And flipped over.
Oh, what an eye you've got. That's pretty good, man.
And so one wing is on your neighbor's roof.
Holy moly.
And
it slid off the neighbor's roof.
The fact that 2 people were in that plane, they were injured but not killed, is amazing in and of itself when you look at that plane.
And you got to thank goodness it wasn't warm enough to sunbathe today.
Oh, that would
because if you're by the pool, you're
that'd
dead.
Be a bit of a yeah.
Like no one was killed.
Right. One person in the home was taken to the hospital as precaution. Obviously, 2 people in this airplane. Small Piper prop job. Just crazy.
It's
right.
It's crazy. I did not see the roof of the other house.
Scroll down a little.
Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. No, I see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine hearing a plane overhead, and it hits your roof? It slides off your roof because the roof is on the way down.
Yeah. It clips your neighbor's roof.
It clips your neighbor's roof on the way down and lands in your backyard.
Yeah.
Doesn't explode.
Thankfully.
Right.
Doesn't appear to have been a fire.
No.
Which is probably why the 2 people inside the plane survived the crash.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's nuts. I got to so when I was a little kid, in Virginia, we had a plane crash in our neighborhood.
Of course you did.
Well, no, but
Well, I say that because, like...
There isn't anything that
like you have the weirdest stories,
that
man.
Bruce has not experienced.
Right, exactly, which is part of your charm.
And it was like a 6-passenger prop plane,
Okay.
you know, because we lived by Dulles Airport, and I just remember we thought it was a sonic boom. It was one of those things where like everybody walks out front of their front door and is all looking around going, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" And it was the sound of this plane literally crashing into a house a couple blocks away, and they found parts of the plane in our backyard.
Oh my gosh!
Like we had the police come and put a little circle around it, and they were because the plane apparently was falling apart and when it crashed.
Do you know if it was there was a student pilot on board that plane?
No.
Do you recall? Because this one, I think there was a student.
Right, because I spent time at Deer Valley Airport. They have a large flying school there.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw this white plane with the blue markings, I go, that looks like the ones from the flight school.
Yeah.
We also heard that 2 people were on board. I reached out to a flight source of mine. He's a pilot here, and he told me right off the bat, this looks like a plane that you would use to train someone, and that is what we're finding out, that it was a pilot and also a student on board as well at the time here.
Nick Soletti, ABC 15. All right, so
7 in the
let me
morning.
just throw this
A
out
hell of
there
a
just for
wake-up
a
call.
second. Let me throw this out there for a second. Like, I don't think I want a student pilot flying over my house.
Well, I don't think you have a choice.
Well,
how are they going to learn?
The air is up there. They have to learn.
Yeah.
All right, but can't they find a big, how about the desert?
Well, they got to take off from somewhere.
Well, take off, and don't go over my house. Can you just fly over the desert?
The answer to that is no.
We've had issues out at Falcon Field. We've had some incidents. We've had incidents at Deer Valley before with aircraft.
Yes, indeed.
Crashing into the surrounding area. Most of it's industrial, but their homes a little farther away.
Yeah, fly over the industrial part. Don't fly over neighborhoods.
Yeah. Well, and if the plane was, and we don't know at this point, having some sort of issue, it may not have had a big choice on where it was going.
I think I did read in this story that Colton filed that it took off. There was a mechanical issue, and they were going
trying
back.
to come back to the airport. Not unusual.
No.
All right.
I would
Just to give you a vantage point exactly of how close we are to where this plane is, it is just over the house. It's less than 100 yards from where we're standing. Every neighbor that we've talked to said very much the same thing, a common denominator here, and that's that they hear planes constantly in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
And one of the fears here has now, Nick, become a reality.
Well, I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to say it nicely. I'm looking at these homes and kind of, they don't look to be the oldest homes. I have a feeling Deer Valley Airport was there before they built these homes. Deer Valley Airport's been there a long time.
I don't know how old these homes are. I don't know.
Yeah, but Deer Valley Airport's been there.
I mean, I know some people in this neighborhood, and I made a few phone calls. Did you hear anything? Did you hear anything? Did you know anything? And a lot of people were either at work, but and what did it happen? 7 in the morning.
7:20 a.m. is the reported time of the crash.
My goodness, we've had, unfortunately, planes that crashed.
Especially small planes.
I'm not going to say in the middle of the road. Didn't Patrick Swayze land a plane all those years ago? Didn't that happen in Phoenix or something like
right.
that?
Okay, you Google Patrick Swayze landing a plane.
That does seem right.
Right.
But I want to just to point something out. I want to say I heard something. Falcon Field, which is out in Mesa, I think is the busiest by takeoffs and landings municipal airport in the United States.
Really?
It has a ton of planes. And so the fact that there are incidents with small planes, it's because there are also 20 times more takeoffs and landings than there are at Sky Harbor. There's constantly planes coming in and out of there.
Small plane piloted by Patrick Swayze.
I'm ready.
Let's see, 2001.
Okay.
He made an emergency landing on a dirt road in Arizona.
Did not.
Wasn't injured. He was flying a 1978 twin engine. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Okay.
So we have had strange things happen with these small type of planes. Yeah.
Well, have you
December 20th, 2001, Patrick Swayze.
And we had the Scottsdale incident not too long ago.
A jet at Scottsdale Airport that crashed.
Yeah, and
landing.
then there was the other plane that
was that from Motley Crue?
Yeah, I think so, or Poison or somebody.
Vince Neil's plane.
Vince Neil plane.
And then we had the other one that crashed onto the golf course, taking off from Scottsdale Airport.
That's right.
Yeah.
Someone died in the. Didn't somebody die in the Motley
pilot.
Crue?
The pilot did. Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you've got a plane that is going down in the middle of the neighborhood, and just somehow it is perfectly slowed down. By the way, by one roof.
Have you ever been in a plane crash?
No, I've not been in a plane crash.
You fly a lot. You never had a plane emergency?
Of course I haven't been in a plane crash. If you're in a plane crash, you don't survive.
Okay,
no, well, obviously that's not true.
Well, I mean, like a commercial plane, you're probably not going to survive that.
You say that. That's like 90% survival
Hold on a
rate.
second. Hold on. Okay, Bruce, I'm just guessing here. You've been in a plane crash.
Well, I was in an emergency landing.
Of course you were.
Where at Dallas, where we blew all the tire. We hit the ground so hard. And we had to go down the slides.
I was going to say, did you have to go down the
slides? In a pouring
slides?
storm.
Oh, wow.
Were you at the emergency row and have to open the door?
No, because I was an unaccompanied minor. I was 13 or 14 at the time. They wouldn't let me sit in the emergency exit. But I wouldn't wear they made you wear like a lanyard, and I didn't want to be treated like a baby, so I throw that away.
Took that off.
And so I got to go down the slides, and then we were soaked. And
oh, gosh.
So that's been my only real emergency landing. You know, that was like a controlled crash. Even the pilot's like, we hit really hard. We cracked the runway, popped all the tires, all the bins came open, stuff went flying.
You were 13. Is that before or after you got hit by lightning?
Before.
That was before. Just letting you all know.
A couple of years before I got hit by lightning.
Yeah, when it by the way, when it rains and we get a monsoon in Arizona, I don't like sitting next to you.
What are you talking about? I've been de-lightninged. What are the odds of getting hit twice? See? Think of it that way.
Isn't it amazing?
Think of it that way.
Like just like to put a cap on this. Remember the story he told when he was like, it's like 3 a.m. He's hungry and he goes to some grocery store and he bumps into Paul McCartney.
Yeah, I remember
that.
Yeah, I remember that.
The Abco.
Yeah. He's been in a plane crash, survived that. Been in car crashes.
Lots more car crashes.
8 concussions, he survived
Roughly
all that. Yeah. Hit by lightning.
Hit by lightning.
Okay, well, we'll see how the day goes. I mean, maybe you'll relate to another story.
Got in a fight with the Backstreet Boy.
Well, yeah,
that's true.
Okay. Anyway, checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that for us.
Fight
There's no chance in hell. We're going to get you up to speed on everything you need to know. And up next, some interesting comments coming out of Tucson. Are investigators closing in on a suspect in the Nancy Guthrie case? We'll share with you the latest. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Congress is poised to consider war powers legislation that would direct the president to end the U.S. military operation in Iran. One bill is going before the Senate today. Another non-binding resolution is being considered in the House.
Today, it's the Senate who will take up this war powers resolution that says it will direct the removal of U.S. armed forces within or against Iran that have not been authorized by Congress. It is unlikely to pass. It only needs 51 votes, but it's unlikely it gets Republican support at this point. If it does pass, let's just say it does, it goes over to the House, and we'll see what they do, but they're also considering their own resolution separate from this one. The president would veto anything that would reach his desk.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're going to probably hit 85 today. That's our high. And then tomorrow and Friday back in the 70s. It's 81 currently in Tempe. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
What should be the priorities of the Arizona State Legislature and the budget negotiation? We'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Hey, a quick shout out to Maryvale and everyone listening in the Vale. What up, Maryvalians? Thank you guys so much. Maryvale, there's your city shout out. Are we after over a month now of Nancy Guthrie missing, are we getting any closer to a suspect or some sort of break in the case? The Pima County Sheriff.
Then no.
Oh God.
No. I know what he said, but
okay.
You're gonna trust this guy? He's blown the case so far.
He said, quote, they are definitely closer to tracking down a suspect or suspects in the case.
Okay.
Do you remember the glove? Remember the glove?
Well, they found a few like a couple miles away from the Guthrie
Correct.
house, yeah.
So they now say the glove belonged to a restaurant worker.
Let me guess, had nothing to do with the case.
No connection whatsoever to the case, that it was a glove that they wore for work and had thrown out the window.
I think that is a great example of how little there is to go on. I mean, you don't have much. 2 miles away or whatever it was, you find a glove and you're like, well, we're hoping we get some DNA. We hope, maybe it's a glove that's in the desert. And as soon as that happened, I'm like, yeah, the dude who took Nancy Guthrie's not going to throw a glove in the desert.
Most people, you would think, don't throw
evidence
out the window of a vehicle as they're leaving the crime.
See? I mean, there's no way that she can still be alive. There's just no. It's been how much? How long? There's no way, man.
So
there's no way. I hate to say that.
No, I get it. And by the way, there is no necessarily good news coming out of it. So do you remember there was another neighbor had a video camera that saw a car driving past the house at 2:30 in the morning?
Yeah, they're looking for this car.
The surveillance camera is not clear enough to be able to identify the make, model, and or license plate.
So is it fair to say now, after all these days, that whoever took Nancy Guthrie committed the perfect crime?
Okay, I got one more for you. The backpack, remember? Sheriff Nano says we've now learned that maybe the backpack wasn't purchased at Walmart.
Well, you spent a lot of time going through a lot of files at Walmart trying to find out, who bought it. So why not? Why?
They said that while the backpack is exclusively sold, investigators basically found lots of them that were sold used, and it could have been purchased off of eBay or somewhere else. So now they're looking at somebody could have purchased the backpack on a secondary site.
Yeah, that's possible. They got nothing.
That's not exaggeration.
I got nothing.
And I don't know how they can say we're getting closer. We're narrowing it down when every piece of evidence they have appears to be a dead end.
Yeah. Can you answer my question now?
Which one?
It was the perfect crime. Whatever that person was doing there, and we still don't know. I have no idea.
Correct.
They disappeared. They're gone
with a person, with an elderly woman.
Yeah, I don't know why they took her. I don't know. I have no idea. They took her alive. They took her dead. I don't know why they took her unless it was just a kidnapping.
But here's what I'm
But if
taking
you're going to
from
rob the place. And if she died in the middle of that thing, you leave her there. But I mean, it's a perfect crime, but I'm not sure what the crime is.
You call it the perfect crime, and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Here's what I get from it. The 26,000 other missing people, apparently it is kind of easy to get away with this. Apparently it's not that hard.
Yeah, but I mean, with Nancy Guthrie and the spotlight and the amount of FBI and then all the reporters and people investigating, nothing. The other, what did you say, 26,000?
About 26,000 missing persons.
The other 26,000 don't get attention like this.
No, they don't.
I mean, this had a spotlight of 20-plus days. We haven't talked about it 4 or 5 shows.
Yeah.
I don't think there's nothing to talk about.
No, there's nothing new. And the new stuff today is all of the evidence and the things you thought might lead to somebody don't.
I wonder if the longer this goes,
okay,
the more likely the Guthrie family just comes to the realization that she is gone and that whoever took her can't hurt her anymore.
Using Savannah Guthrie's, the last video she put out over a week ago, it sounded to me, that's the one where she said she might be dancing in heaven already.
Right.
I think they've come to that conclusion.
Yeah, and I think that conclusion could bring them some peace, even though this is horrific.
But there's still always there's that
I get
thing.
it.
You're like, maybe she's still there, right? I mean, there's still going to be that thing in your head.
I don't know. At 84, without her medication, her being somewhat immobile, no.
Yep.
It's just tragic. And there's nothing
100%.
new. Nothing new.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will get us caught up on that. And coming up next, we're going to talk about the war in Iran with a man who served in Iraq as senior counterinsurgency advisor to the one and only General David Petraeus. That's right. He'll be joining us next and sharing some of his expertise. It's coming up. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, #1, and that's reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Baseball returns to Chase Field. Join your D-backs when they host the Tigers for opening day on March 30th. Secure your tickets at dbacks.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
KTAR News now.
2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump, speaking at a roundtable on data centers, addressed the Iran war. He touted the success of the operations and emphasized the U.S.'s strong position. And regarding the nuclear deal he walked away from, he said,
"Bad things would have happened 4 years ago because they would have had a weapon 4 years ago if I didn't terminate that deal."
Trump says that the nuclear deal struck under former President Obama would have been a roadmap to a nuclear weapon for Iran. More American troops and bombs arriving in the Mideast today as Operation Epic Fury continues. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Dan Kane says Iran is weakening.
Iran's theater ballistic missile shots fired are down 86% from the first day of fighting, with a 23% decrease just in the last 24 hours.
The U.S. has almost complete control of the Iranian airspace, according to Hegseth, who also said an American submarine sank an Iran warship in international waters with a torpedo.
Eyes on education.
A new ballot referral could limit education unions' capabilities in Arizona schools. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with what could be prohibited.
Yeah, Becky, the referral could ban school districts from providing funding, resources, or space to labor organizations such as teachers' unions. Marisol Garcia, president of statewide Teachers Union Arizona Education Association, says this could prevent teachers from meeting at schools or paying union dues through the payroll.
24 hours a day, educators can log on to our online platform to help them hone their craft so they can be better educators for your children. If this referral passes, we could lose the ability to provide those services, and our schools and our students would be worse off.
The referral has passed the Arizona House and will now go to the Senate. If it passes, it will appear on the Arizona ballot in November. We've asked lawmakers for comment. So far, there's been no response. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. The FAA and the NTSB will investigate a small plane crash near Cave Creek Road and Deer Valley Drive near the Deer Valley Airport. That plane went down in a neighborhood just after 7 this morning.
We do have 3 people that are transported in stable condition.
The Phoenix Fire Department's Todd Keller says this plane was carrying an instructor and a student pilot when it crashed, damaging 2 homes. A person inside of one of those homes was also hurt and taken to the hospital to be checked out. Let's take a look at the roads right now. Enrique Garcia joins us live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Elliott Road, and a looking towards Surface Streets, Phoenix with a crash on Southern Avenue and 7th Street, and Tempe with a crash involving a pedestrian on Priest Drive and Washington Street. This report is brought to you by AMWA, from 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
85 expected to be the high temp for the day, and we did already hit that at Sky Harbor Airport this hour, about 30 minutes ago. 59 overnight and 79 for the high on Thursday. Right now we're at 82 in Phoenix. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Wednesday. The many surprising ways the Iran war affects us in Arizona, 7,000 miles away. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
All right, we want to update you and continue to try to bring some perspective to what's going on in the Middle East as war with Iran, or not war with Iran, continues. We're going to talk next, and joining us on the show is a man who has a ton of experience in the region. How about this, Gatos? He served in Iraq as a senior counterinsurgency advisor to General David Petraeus.
Wow.
He was right in the middle of it, right? Understands what happened in Iraq, and certainly a lot of that ties into what's going on with Iran as well, Shia versus Sunni, et cetera, et cetera. Joining us right now, David Kilcullen, professor of practice in the Center of the Future of War and the School of Politics and Global Studies at ASU. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
All right.
All right, so 46 years, Iran has really been just a total pill for us. We know that.
They've been chanting death to America, right?
Death to America. What changed in the last week? What made them such an imminent threat to the United States that we had to go in there and start to bomb?
Well, this is a great question, and I think there have been different answers that have come from different parts of the U.S. government and from other governments. Yesterday, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the attack had to happen imminently because the U.S. detected that Israel was about to attack Iran, and they anticipated that Iran would then launch attacks on U.S. bases throughout the region, and therefore needed to get the blow in early in order to prevent that retaliatory strike. So that's an interesting take. President Trump has given slightly different points on how he sees the dynamic. But I think what we've seen is that even though the U.S. was in the middle of negotiations with Iran, somebody decided at some point that it looked like Iran was about to be attacked and would then retaliate against our bases all over the region. And that meant that there was an imminent threat. So that seems to be the current position.
You buy it?
I'm not sure. It certainly is not a good look to be in the middle of negotiating with a country for the mediators, which in this case was the Omani government, to announce an imminent breakthrough and then suddenly go to an attack. But I would say we don't know the background detail yet, and I think we probably won't for some time. So I'm sort of suspending judgment on exactly how to think about that right now.
That's fair. We're talking to Professor David Kilcullen at ASU, an expert on the region and more specifically about conflict in the region, having literally been there himself. So what can we learn from Iraq, which you were completely involved in? What can we learn from that will help us avoid similar problems with Iran?
Wow, well, it's a huge question, and
Sorry.
It is the right question. Yeah, no, but it's exactly right. We're seeing a situation here which is actually in some ways a little bit similar to what happened in 2001 in Afghanistan as well, where we've got a really powerful air campaign going on. It's the biggest that Israel has ever done, and it's one of the biggest that the U.S. has ever done. And we're doing enormous damage to the Iranian government in terms of its ability to, launch missiles and process fissile material for nuclear bombs and so on. But what we haven't necessarily done is disrupted the regime's ability to control its population. And your listeners are probably aware we're just coming out of several weeks of extremely bloody regime repression of democracy protests, between 7,000 and 30,000 people killed in that process. So the regime has some pretty strong repressive apparatus, and just because you can sink a ship or knock out a missile launch battery doesn't mean that they can't still oppress their own people. So it's really hard to see how this is going to work for regime change without some kind of force on the ground. And it seems to me at the moment the U.S. government is ruling out that force would be American, right? So really the question is there an indigenous ground force inside Iran that would be willing to work with the international community, or more specifically Israel and the United States, where we provide the air power and they provide bodies on the ground? One of those might emerge, but I don't see that right now.
Didn't we do that in Iraq with the Kurds?
We sort of did.
We tried?
We tried that right after the first Gulf War in 1991. George H.W. Bush essentially called for an uprising of the Iraqi people against Saddam Hussein. We then did not follow up with an invasion of southern Iraq, and that scarred a lot of us who were there during the U.S. occupation, because a lot of those people got killed. I mean, they stepped up against Saddam, and then no one supported them. And the same thing to some extent happened with the Kurds in the north. We ended up with an independent Kurdistan that was carved out from Saddam's Iraq for a number of years. And during the occupation after 2003, that was one of the most stable and most U.S.-friendly parts of the country. So, yeah, one possibility is that you might end up with something like that, with Kurds in the northwest of Iran, or Arabs, or the Baluch population in the southeast of Iran. There's even Afghans. There's 50,000 Afghans who came across from Afghanistan when Kabul fell. All of those groups might be possible allies on the ground, but you're talking about a civil war in Iran, right? That's essentially what you're talking about, and that doesn't end necessarily quickly, nor does it necessarily end well for the United States.
David Kilcullen is joining us. He's advised some of the most, well-known people in the world when it comes to wars, and generals like David Petraeus. You have advised Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. If you were to advise President Trump today of one thing, what would you say to him? Is there a warning that you would give, or a piece of advice from all the experience over the many years that you've been dealing with things like this? What would you say to the president?
Well, I would say there are two real dangers for the president right now, and I should say I'm a registered independent. I'm not a partisan player. My two pieces of concern would be, one, if this goes on too long, more than about 20 days, 25 days, we're going to see real impact on the oil price and on global energy flows. So the Straits of Hormuz accounts for about 20% of global oil flow. Right now, it's completely shut down. There's about 10 tankers burning or otherwise disabled around the region, and there's just no ships going through that area. Most countries in the world have limited stocks of oil. Some cases, 3 to 5 weeks. Once you start to see that oil make its way through the system and no more oil is coming from the region, that has some pretty significant destabilizing effects. And it could, in fact, flow through to the pump in the United States, which is not a necessarily decisive consideration for a conflict, but it's an important factor. Yeah. The other thing that we're already seeing, and I think this is a danger for the president now, is we are 8 months out from the midterms, and we're seeing significant parts of the MAGA base looking at what's happening and getting very uncomfortable about whether, in fact, President Trump, who ran as the peace candidate, America first, no more wars, if we get into a protracted conflict where more Americans die and, God forbid, we put U.S. troops on the ground in Iran, I think that has some pretty significant political implications for the president's support going into the midterms. So I think what that tells you is it needs to end quickly. It needs to end without U.S. troops on the ground. And I would suspect that a lot of the strategic discussion going on in the White House and the Pentagon right now is about how to achieve that, right? How to end it quickly without broadening it or escalating it to the point where we need to put troops on the ground.
Professor, thank you so much. It's amazing what we learn in getting a chance to talk to you. I'd love to sit in the back of your class, for goodness sakes. You
guys should enroll in at ASU. We've got a great program going on in the Master of Arts in Global Security, and lots to learn, sure.
And you are the guy to learn it from. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
That is Professor David Kilcullen, Professor of Practice at the Center of the Future of War and the School of Politics and Global Studies at ASU.
Two quick ones. Number one, you couldn't get into ASU, Bruce. Number two,
here we go.
I think his two pieces of advice to the president are very sound. And, you've got a guy who knows all about the Middle East and has, advised, some of the most famous people on the planet. This is an uphill battle. There is no appetite for this. If you put
long-term war.
If you put troops on the ground,
American does.
You're looking at 80 to 90% of Americans who are going to be against this.
Yeah, I hear you.
And thirdly, you couldn't get into ASU. Sorry.
You also assume I'd want to. Bear down.
You'd want to.
Anyway, checking the headlines on the way, and could this get you kicked off a plane mid-flight? It would if I had my say. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's get to Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. And I've got a deal for you. Everybody listening right now, I have talked to my friends over at Kinetico. And here's what they're going to offer you. You know the K5 drinking water station that I've been discussing with you in afternoons for almost 20 years? The one that I've had in my home for almost 20 years? You can have it. You can own it. And all you'd have to do is pay $26 a month. So think of the amount of money you spend on bottled water per month. Is it close to 26? Probably is, depending on how big your family is. I mean, we live in the desert. You're going to have to buy a ton of bottled water. How about $26 a month you own the K5 drinking water station, the same one I have in my house? Tell them Gato sent you, and you get the deal. 602-910-6570. No more heavy metals in your water. Your kids aren't going to be drinking chlorine. 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
So basically, by 3-1, Biggs benefited from Robeson's dropping out of the race.
Two Republicans are battling for the nomination to run for governor, which will be decided in upcoming primaries. New data from local pollsters, Noble Predictive Insights, finds Republican Andy Biggs 11 points ahead of David Schweikert. Mike Noble with NPI saying a third of Republicans leaving the race. Karen Taylor Robeson helped Biggs, but the data shows Governor Katie Hobbs ahead of both Republicans as she seeks re-election. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 85 should be our high today. We have hit that in Phoenix, and right now, that's where we stand in Maricopa. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at chomesfirst.com.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure the people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning. who's helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Call by March 5th. 480-896-9597.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
How do you get kicked off a plane these days? What does it take to get kicked off of a plane?
Take your shoes off and your socks off.
No, you can do that. It's don't get me wrong.
Go to the bathroom with the door open.
Oh my goodness! Right?
You're asking.
Yeah. Well, we got to give a bit of a shout out to United Airlines. Okay. Because United is cracking down on something that, by the way, I think should get you kicked off mid-flight. 33,000 feet, we're going to eject you.
Sounds like that's a possibility.
You must, it is a requirement, to wear headphones when listening to music or video on a plane. I have actually seen this, and I contrary to popular belief, I'll avoid confrontation on an airplane. For the most part. My head almost exploded when the person on the aisle was watching their phone. They had it up on the back of the seat with the volume turned all the way up.
Strange. I've never seen that.
And I just remember going, what the hell? Is this your first time in public?
I fly a lot.
Right?
You've never seen anything like that? I mean, you know, people talk about the worst of the worst stories when you get in the air and all that kind of thing on a plane. And, you know, we'll bring those up too. But, I mean, for the most part, I think mostly you're mostly going to be kind of polite.
Well, it's minimal polite.
It is.
So here's the thing. When you purchase a ticket, you know how, like, if you purchase online, you got to click the little box, I agree to all your terms or whatever, and which means I sign over my life to you. They included in the terms now a legally binding document, by the way, that if you do not use headphones when listening to audio or video content, they can remove you from the plane and ban you from flying forever on United.
I think this is way overblown. I don't think this is something that happens a lot. I think most people don't want to play their phone, like you said, and have the volume up. Most people like their, whether they have the big headphones or the earbuds or what
I've got those noise-canceling ones on top of it.
Yeah, no, I think people enjoy that. I don't think anybody really, of course it happens once in a while, but why do they have to write this into the rules? Is it really that big of an issue?
Every other airline, like, you know, I fly American a lot, and they always say, please, for the courtesy of other passengers, wear headphones, you know,
It's like being in a movie theater. Please, you know, turn your phone off.
Thank you.
Or don't look at your phone during the movie and all that kind of stuff.
United is the only U.S. airline that has actually put it in the rules, the legal document you agree to get on the plane when you click, yep, I'll buy this ticket.
Okay.
That they can ban you from future flights and have you removed.
All right, let's say that you're sitting there and somebody is doing what you said. They got their phone, they're putting it in front of them, and they're leaving the volume on. Like if it were me and I'm sitting right next to them, I say something. I don't have a problem saying something. I don't want to get in an argument. I don't necessarily want to get in a fight.
What do you like? You want to go, dude?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what I do. I've told you this before. That's what I do when somebody leans their chair back and it's too far. I do the tap. I do the tap. Because I like to sit on the aisle. I go around, I do the tap.
So?
And I go, I'm 6'1". Can you move your seat up just a little bit?
No.
And if not, I'm going to bash your teeth in. I don't say it like that, no, but.
My seat came with a little button to recline. I'm going to use the button.
Yeah.
Did yours not come with a button?
I don't know why people just can't. If you're scared to say something, go tell the flight attendant, which is really, that's kind of weak.
It's narking.
It's weak.
Snitches get
Do
stitches.
it yourself.
Yeah.
It's not that big a deal. Like asking somebody, hey, listen, can you turn that off?
Well, I'm assuming that they've just had enough problems with this to the point that they're going to say, hey, you violated the terms of carriage, it's called.
Right.
And because you don't have your own headphones, you can't fly United
That's
anymore.
kind of ridiculous.
It sounds overkill. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it kind of sounds a little bit too much.
Hey, Gatos, some sad news. Football coach, TV personality Lou Holtz passed away today.
Saw that.
We both have some Lou Holtz stories.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that next hour.
We'll share those about 3:15. How's that? Some Lou Holtz stories you won't hear anywhere else about Coach. All right. Up next, did the United States attack Iran because it posed an imminent threat? And could the war turn red states blue? We're going to be talking to Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, also a Marine. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where you go and get brand new teeth. That is where you go and you meet Dr. Joe, the great Dr. Joe, a good friend of mine who, by the way, decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. I mean, when you go and you meet him, you're going to love him. And he's going to sit there with you and he's going to tenderly answer any question that you have. He'll take his time. You're not on he's not looking at his watch or his phone. He's there to answer your questions. So at Aria, you're always going to know what to expect. You're always going to know what to expect. And so he will help you regain the quality of life that you deserve. And that means if you have broken or missing teeth, you're going in to Aria Dental Implant Center and you're going to leave with brand new teeth. You can make that reservation at your favorite steakhouse that you haven't eaten at in 10 years or 15 years or what have you. You'll smile in pictures again. You'll feel good about yourself again. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Free consultation when you mention Gatos.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Save up to $1,500 during our 42nd anniversary sale. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Ends March 31st.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Red Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Trevek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next Trevec Remodeling Seminar is Tuesday, March 17th.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump touts the U.S. military operation in Iran and says he was justified in launching the strikes this past weekend. The strikes led to retaliation from the Iranians, and 6 U.S. service members died. Thousands of Americans are stranded in the region and trying to get back to the U.S. This as critics on both sides of the aisle say the U.S. should not embroil itself in another overseas conflict with no clear pathway out. Still, the president today at the White House claimed that if the U.S. didn't act when it did, Iran would have attacked first.
They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies, or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of control, and they would have used it on us if we let them, if we waited any longer.
From gas prices to interest rates, the Iranian conflict is causing some uncertainty. In the housing market,
there's definitely been an impact. The duration of that impact is what's in question.
That is ASU professor Kimberly Winson, the executive director of the International Real Estate Society, on Arizona's Morning News. She says interest rates are directly tied to the yield of U.S. Treasury bonds, and when risk enters the market, rates can go up. 30-year fixed mortgages currently are sitting just above 6%.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A man in Florence ICE detention died Monday after his toothache turned into sepsis. His brother believes this could have been prevented. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Emmanuel Damas was taken to a Valley hospital nearly a week after he first complained of the toothache. His brother, Presley Nelson, says Damas was handcuffed to the hospital bed, even though he was so sick he couldn't even open his eyes.
I wanted everyone to know he was a loving father and someone who had a good heart, compassionate. There was no reason for them to treat him like this.
Nelson says it was very difficult to get medical information about his brother for the 11 days he was hospitalized. The family was only allowed to come visit the day before Damas died. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
We're seeing people who need that assistance go without that assistance.
The number of Arizonans using SNAP food assistance is taking a sharp downturn. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live this afternoon in Chandler and tells us more.
There's been a 31% drop in the number of Arizonans getting SNAP benefits from October to January, or more than 250,000 people. Governor Katie Hobbs explaining today the state is trying to keep up with tighter federal eligibility rules and at the same time limited resources.
And we're doing all of that in an environment with more limited resources because federal cuts have slashed the staff who process and administer those programs.
Live in Chandler, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's March 4th.
And back on this day in 2005, Martha Stewart was released from federal prison.
Martha Stewart has been in the headlines lately, fighting allegations of insider stock trading.
The billionaire mogul has done a lot more than baked pies and glazed turkeys. She lied about some stock, and I'm not talking about the chicken kind. Stewart sold about 4,000 shares of a company run by her friend, Sam Waxal, that develops cancer therapy drugs. The next day, the company's stock tanked after news broke that their newest cancer drug was rejected by the FDA. Waxal, who also sold stock before the drug's rejection, was arrested on charges of insider trading and sentenced to more than 7 years in prison. Stewart was sentenced to 5 months in prison, 5 months of home confinement, in addition to being fined $30,000 and 2 years probation. She could have received up to 16 years in prison. Stewart requested to serve her time immediately, and she was sent to a minimum security facility in West Virginia, and she was released back on this day in 2005.
Checking the roads this afternoon now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Cave Creek Road. Mesa with debris blocking the right-hand lane, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near McDowell Road. And Phoenix again with debris on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near 24th Street. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you look fine on the outside but feel drained in the inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout, but support is here. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, low temp around 59 degrees, 79 tomorrow, 74 on Friday. And right now in Glendale, we're at 84. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. That's the second hour of the program.
A lot of people tell you second hour, best of the hours.
So coming up at 5, in hour number 4, we've got the face-off. It'll be mostly Iran, and we've got a terrific panel, so make sure you're here at 5 for the face-off. It happens every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. And speaking of Iran.
Yeah, joining us in studio right now, Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, also once a Marine, always a Marine. Thank you for being here today,
Semper
sir.
Fi.
Yeah. Let's talk about Iran real quickly, and again, with a little bit of your military background. Do you believe that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States?
Well, my job is to run elections in Arizona, not to look at international threats to American security. Although on the information technology side, the Islamic Republic of Iran and my office had a little run-in last summer.
That's right.
And so we've been very vigilant because the last time something happened towards Iran that the U.S. was involved in, we had bump ups in some of our threat monitoring and things of this nature.
They've invested heavily in the cyber angle of being able to disrupt things.
Sure, and as far as we can tell, they have. But it also could be one of our other foreign adversaries masked as Iranians.
Pretending to be. Okay.
There's a lot of cat and mouse that goes on in those areas, but we work very closely with the Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center, with the National Guard here in Arizona, and with a lot of other folks who are much smarter at that threat assessment stuff. So we're monitoring all of those situations very carefully to make sure that our election systems are secure.
So when you hear that on Saturday we go to war in Iran, what's the first thing pops in your mind?
I call my IT guys. No matter what happens internationally, the first call is to those threat assessment folks, because they've got eyes and ears on stuff across the globe, and we want to make sure that, at least insofar as our election systems are concerned, that we're locked in. And other than that, the rest of that is sort of international politics and economics and all of those sorts of things. I hate the notion that we've got service members in harm's way. I can tell you personally, not on behalf of the office, that I wish that there was a lot more clarity coming out of Washington, D.C. on why this is happening. But we just hope and pray for the safety of our American service members, and that this is a short intervention, no matter what.
Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes in studio with us. Can you help me understand from a cyber threat thing? Do you have the tools you need to quote unquote defend your systems against entire what could be foreign states attacking us?
Yeah, the answer is no, and there's two reasons why. The first reason is the Arizona State Legislature has for years starved almost every state agency from being able to update and secure our information technology systems. They've been operating, the old phrase, as cheap as humanly possible. And we've got some systems that the computer systems, the servers are old enough to vote and then some. Which is pathetic when you really think about the fact that these are your votes. This is your election system. It might be stuff over at in various health services, Department of Motor Vehicles. But, we've got this group of folks who hold the purse strings that just don't want government to run well. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing that you can explain it. They say, we're being fiscally conservative. Well, that's BS. What they're doing is starving. They're worshiping at the altar of Grover Norquist. Starve the beast. Well, the beast is what serves you. At the Department of Motor Vehicles, it serves you in health services, at the Department of Corrections, in law enforcement, in elections, in all of the services that we demand. It paves roads. It makes sure that our water is clean. It makes sure that we've got the appropriate amount of regulation where we need it to keep people safe and to keep our society running. So, number one, I put the blame squarely where it belongs, and we've been relatively successful, to be honest, in my administration in working with the legislature to try to shore up what was left behind for so long. So I don't put it all on them, but responsibility where it lies. The other major factor is that under this Secretary of Homeland Security, CISA has been kneecapped completely.
What's CISA?
CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency under the Department of Homeland Security. When they first came into office, they killed our ability to monitor threats. They killed our ability to exchange information. They killed any planning that they had with us to help us build the tabletop exercises and to put on those things to train folks and make communication better among all of our folks. And they left us out there hanging. And I wrote a letter to Secretary Noem last March. It's been a year now, asking, hey, look, you're the new administration, reshuffle the deck chairs, but don't take these vital services away from our election systems. We need to keep that security going. Hasn't been answered yet.
What's the worst case scenario that could happen then?
Well, I hate to say it because we're in a pretty tough spot. Let me give you an example. Our election night reporting system, which I asked to be improved in 2023, 2024, 2025 budget cycles, haven't gotten anything on it. It's running by a guy who's in his 70s who wrote it 800 years ago. We still have him on contract. Like, what happens if this dude,
Well, you have to have him because he's probably the only guy that understands it. Is that
literally?
Wait, we had a 70-year-old dude doing what? What is he doing?
70-something-year-old dude who wrote this stuff in, I don't know what the language was back then, but it was chiseled in
the program
slate or something. And look, in many ways, these applications and these programs are no longer serviced by those technology companies because the companies don't even exist anymore.
Right.
So I've got to lean on this guy who should be on a beach somewhere, retired, enjoying it, but he's got to be sitting here. And because he's so dedicated and he's so determined to make sure that we do things right, he'll come on board. But it's costing us a ton of extra money. So, we're going to be going, hopefully, before the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, which is this committee that allocates or reallocates monies that are kind of out there throughout the year. It's a little Byzantine, but the JLBC is meeting again. We're on their agenda. We're very grateful that they are considering some of our other requests that have not gone answered. But we're going to do everything we can with what little we can get. Okay. But this investment is very small as compared to what we really need.
We're chatting with Adrian Fontes, Arizona Secretary of State. We've been talking about election integrity, election safety, cyber attacks from Iran because we're at war. How does that affect our elections? The Iranian war also could turn some states that were red to blue. And we saw that, we saw maybe the start of that last night in the Texas Democratic Senate primary. It seemed to me that the winners were much more moderate. And Texas is it's not even a rumor. It's the numbers look like Texas could go from red to blue.
Well, that's the political outcome, which concerns me a lot less than the disaster that they had in Dallas County because they went from vote centers to precinct-based polling. And just really quickly,
what does that mean?
A vote center is a place where you go. Any voter can vote anywhere in their home county, right?
Okay.
So whatever's convenient for them. We've got the technology. We do it all over Arizona. I think there's only one county anymore that doesn't do vote centers. It's convenient. It's easy. It's just as secure, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. But what they went back to was this polling place model.
It was a mess.
This precinct-based model where you have only one place that you are assigned to vote in. Now, they'd been using this much more convenient, much better for the voters model. And the extremists in Texas, very much like some of our own homegrown extremists right here in Arizona, decided convenience wasn't important anymore, and they wanted to confuse voters. So let's go to this precinct-based polling place, which is much more expensive. Okay, it takes a lot more resources, and again, we saw the confusion to the point where a judge had to extend voting for another 2 hours, and then the Supreme Court stepped in.
So the confusion is I'm going to vote, and I don't know where to go and vote now.
I'm going to vote in the place where I usually voted.
But they won't take my vote.
No, because it's the wrong precinct now.
So I've got to go somewhere else.
And let me tell you why this is really important, because in Arizona, if you vote in the wrong precinct, your ballot doesn't count.
Right.
The whole ballot. But in a vote center model, you get the right ballot for your particular precinct, no matter where in the county you are.
Yeah.
So it eliminates all of those provisional ballots. And look, we know how close the Andy Biggs-Christine Jones primary was in 2016. Remember that? It was very, very tight. And there were hundreds of votes that weren't counted because at the time, Maricopa County was using precinct-based polling, and people were voting in the wrong place. Now, you can't turn a voter away. They have to be given a provisional ballot, but that doesn't mean it will count.
Wow.
And so a lot of those votes didn't count. Could it be that Christine Jones would have won that primary and therefore have made it into Congress? The votes were enough that, yes, it could have been possible.
Could have swayed that election.
So what we're talking about here isn't just confusing and disenfranchising voters. Now you're talking about what was your original question, looking at political outcomes and what the possibilities are. So from an administrative, a fiscal, an access, a security, and accountability perspective, vote centers are way better. And they screwed it up in Dallas County. But to be clear, this was not the poll workers. This was not the election administrators at the county.
Yeah.
This was policymakers. This was the political types who wanted to try to manipulate an outcome by changing the rules of the game. And that's not what anybody in America likes. We like a fair shot. Tell us what the rules are. Everybody plays by the same rules. So all this stuff, changing rules late in the game, trying to make it harder for people to vote, nobody likes that stuff. Nobody likes that stuff. In fact, the Center for the Future of Arizona just came out with a very important study that you guys should take a look at. It talks about what Arizonans feel about elections, election administration. And the majority of Americans want more money, Arizonans want more money into election administration. They like the idea of accessibility being really important to them. And they don't come up with a majority by raw numbers, by the way. For them to say, the Center for the Future of Arizona, that something is really adoptable by Arizonans, you got to have more than 50% of Democrats, independents, and Republicans, individual groups, have to agree.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah.
And I get this all the time from people who make arguments about our elections.
Yeah.
And I would like to hear from the Secretary of State, the person who administers these elections. I'm going to do a little rapid fire.
Sure.
Do you need an ID to vote in Arizona?
Yes, that's the law.
Yeah. Okay. Is voting, how do you
When you vote in person.
When you vote in person.
Yes.
How would you do that if you're voting by mail? What is the system? Because we're hearing, well, we need to get rid of vote by mail because there's no ID.
Well, that's just bull. That's just not true. I didn't say the second part.
No, I appreciate
you didn't
that.
have to
Thank
beat
you.
me.
I had it.
Did you have it?
I had it. It's okay.
Well, because here's the thing. When somebody registers to vote, or I should say submits a voter registration form, whether it's at the Motor Vehicle Division, they do it on paper, they use an FFAP form from the federal stuff, they go online, any of the different ways that you can register to vote. We go very carefully and we look for through a variety of different databases to make sure that this is an actual person, that the dates match, make sure that they have to submit proof of citizenship in Arizona. We've had that for 20 years.
Okay.
Make sure that their address is a residential address, and if not, that there's a reason why. They might be a protected voter, like law enforcement or judges, stuff like that. So we go through all of that rigmarole already. And then we have the signature verification system, which is very rigorous already. Now, you can go a little too far in trying to figure out who's who and make it so that you don't have access anymore. but your security becomes burdensome so that the citizen now has the problem, not the government has the problem.
Got it.
And in my view, that's a violation of a citizen's due process because you're taking my rights away based on lies, mythologies, some kind of other nonsense that is not proven, and you're taking my right away because of that. So, for example, when you say voting by mail is unsecure, well, we know that that's not true. Here's the hook. All these elected officials that got elected by ballot by mail are saying it's unsecure. So are they not legitimately elected?
That's a great argument. Yeah.
And here's the thing. The hyperbole, the lack of facts, it's so dumb that I get tired of trying to explain to folks.
I bet.
These systems are good, secure, robust systems that Arizona's been using for decades and decades. And Arizonans like using them.
We do.
And Arizonans trust these systems. I can't help it that some politicians don't. But you know why they trust these systems? Because the folks that are doing the work on the ground are your neighbors and your neighbors and your family and friends. They're Arizonans just like y'all, right? And they run them at the county level. And that's as close as you can get, basically, to being close to people. So I'm a big fan of the Arizonans that run our elections, that actually do that work. In my role, I'm like a commissioner in a sports league. I don't actually play on the field. Those guys do it. And I think they will continue to do a great job, as they have done for a long time.
Secretary Fontes, appreciate your time today.
Happy to be here.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you,
We've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, Coach Lou Holtz passed away. We have some stories to share with you. They're on their way right here, Outspoken on KTAR.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:20. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. At a roundtable on AI data centers, President Trump addressed first the Iran war, touting the success of the operations. And as for potential new leadership in the country, he says,
their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead.
When describing the success of the Iran war so far on a scale of 10, he gave it a 15. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound approaching the I-17 transition. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. And looking towards Surface Streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Avenue and Turkey Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, right around 59. Tomorrow, we're going to be in the upper 70s. It's 84 in Glendale. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Well, when you talk about legendary sports coaches, I think you have to mention Coach Lou Holtz. From his time as a coach to then becoming a TV personality, an amazing man with an amazing life who passed away today. I know he'd been ill and been struggling for a while.
If you heard his voice, you knew exactly who it was.
Of course.
Yeah.
I have a Lou Holtz story.
So do I.
Okay.
Go first.
Mine goes back to 1989.
Okay.
The Sunkist Fiesta Bowl.
All right.
My friend Kevin, his father was chairman of Sunkist. So we had field passes. I'm on the sideline. It's Notre Dame versus West Virginia national championship. Okay? I'm down by the end zone. It's late in the game. The game is over. It's 34-14, okay? And there's like a minute and a half left, okay? Game's over, right?
Yeah.
West Virginia, though, is about to score. I'm all the way down on the sideline. I'm on like the 5-yard line, Gatos, trying to stay away from all the players. West Virginia guy catches a ball, goes out of bounds, and this Notre Dame kid absolutely labels him like 5 yards out of bounds, right? Here come the flags, and I see, it happens right in front of me, I see Coach Holtz coming across the field because they're on the other side. And the referee's like, Coach, go back to your sideline. Coach, go back to your sideline, screaming at him. He runs over, and he grabs that kid by his pads right here.
Oh, boy.
And he says, we do not play football like that at Notre Dame. You come with me, and walk that kid off to the next other sideline. And I said, you know what? That's a guy who's about to win a national championship, right? He's a minute and a half away. They're going to win. They did win. And he was teaching not football. He was teaching life lessons to a kid on the Notre Dame team at the end of the game. And I never forgot, Coach, he did that 3 feet away from me. Amazing.
That's crazy.
Amazing, right?
Yeah.
We do not play football like that at Notre Dame. Come with me.
Lou Holtz passing away at the age of 89. I'll give you my quick story.
Please.
Late 90s, I get to Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a producer for a sports for like a sports show. And, you know, all the college football games we all know are on Saturday. So on Friday, what I would do is I would play a game called Hotel Bingo. Have you ever heard of this?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
So Hotel Bingo is, it's Friday. I know that all these college football players and all these college coaches are on their way to a game. They've gotten to their hotel, and these are like the biggest names in college football. So
Right.
I would have a list of like, was Bobby Bowden. I'd
Sure.
have Lou Holtz. I'd have the biggest college football names on a list. And every Friday I would try and find out which hotel they were in when they
Where
were
they
on
staying.
the road.
Yeah.
So when Notre Dame was on the road, I would try and find Lou Holtz hotel,
Okay.
and I would try and call him, and he has no idea who I.
Of course
I'm calling
not.
him, and
You're cold calling his room.
Cold calling him. I probably got him on 3 times.
Really?
He said yes to me probably 3 times. Out of the blue, Lou Holtz comes on the show 3 times. Very nice.
Yes.
I think he understood media. And it was one of those things where I made a game out of it.
Right.
To see who I could get. What's the biggest name I could possibly get in playing Hotel Bingo?
Wow.
And he
played along every
He
time.
always told me yes. I
That's
didn't know
outstanding.
him. He didn't know me. I think a few times he remembered me for bugging him in a hotel.
He's like,
He's
"Wait,
like, "Oh,
did you call me before?"
I don't know if it was that, but I kind of remember, like, I think you've called, like, yeah, I think he's actually said that.
Yeah.
But it's nice enough for him to come on the air and give a young guy like me. That was a big deal.
I think
get a Lou Holtz on the air when you're 22 years old and starting in the business, and
you're going to hear from a lot of people, probably players and others alike, on how Coach Holtz impacted their life positively.
Yeah.
I think you're going to hear a lot of that. here
great
coming
coach.
Up. All right. Quick check of the headlines on the way. How does a plane crash right in the middle of a North Phoenix neighborhood and nobody was killed? Oh, my goodness. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
You know what? I've been talking about Trajan Wealth for a while now. You can find out what I know just by giving them a call at 480-990-3300. You can find out how a fiduciary can work for you. You can understand how the fee structure works, how fiduciaries make money when you make money. You can understand how you can get some peace of mind, sleep better at night, and always have someone you can trust to cut you straight. No confusing jargon, no sales pitches, just information. And listen, stock market bouncing around. You've got the price of gold going up and down. People worried about the economy moving forward. You have questions. They've got answers. If you don't have someone looking after retirement, or if you're just not happy where you are, Trajan Wealth, 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy.
Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This isn't just any music and wine event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. It's the Love is in the Air music and wine event, and it's happening Friday evening, March 6th. I'm Jamie West. Sip, savor, and soak in the sounds of the talented North Valley Chorale with their enchanting Love is in the Air concert. From heartfelt harmonies to soaring melodies, it'll be a night for raising a glass to love. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9000000, 800-900-0000.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Senate Republicans vote down legislation to halt war against Iran in an early show of support for Trump's campaign. The legislation, known as a War Powers Resolution, failed on a 47-53 vote tally. It gave lawmakers an opportunity to demand congressional approval before any further attacks are carried out. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Also new today, a quick-thinking student at Sunland STEM Academy reported a fellow classmate had brought a firearm into the school, resulting in a lockdown. Phoenix police conducted a full investigation while students were on lockdown and were able to safely remove the firearm from the campus. 2 students were taken into custody.
Eyes on Education.
A new ballot referral could limit education unions' capability in Arizona schools. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us now live with what could be prohibited.
Yeah, Becky, the referral could ban school districts from providing funding, resources, or space to labor organizations such as teachers' unions. Marisol Garcia, president of statewide Teachers Union Arizona Education Association, says this could prevent teachers from meeting at schools or paying union dues through the payroll.
24 hours a day, educators can log on to our online platform to help them hone their craft so they can be better educators for your children. If this referral passes, we could lose the ability to provide those services, and our schools and our students would be worse off.
The referral has passed the Arizona House and will now go to the Senate. If it passes, it will appear on the Arizona ballot in November. We've asked lawmakers for comment. So far, there's been no response. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
3 years after making several extreme death threats to then President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, 44-year-old Michael Hansen has been sentenced to prison. The former Phoenix resident pled guilty to posting several threats on X, one of which included the language of death by brutal murder. Hansen will now serve 27 months in prison, followed by 3 years of probation. Time to check the roads this afternoon. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound near the State Route 51 transition. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Joe Max Road and Notero Parkway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, we'll drop down to around 59 for a low temp, and tomorrow, upper 70s, mid-70s on Friday. It's 78 now in Carefree. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizinga. The U.S. Embassy's lifted travel restrictions to Mexico. Should spring breakers be planning their parties? Join us tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock, the face-off. Obviously, a big focus of the face-off is going to be the ongoing conflict, war, not war, with Iran, and not just the kind of facts of it, but a lot of the political implications of it as well. We'll bring our panel in here, and we'll have a nice, robust debate, discussion, and conversation about it. Sound like a deal?
Sounds like a deal.
5 o'clock. See you then. So we learned famously from a movie back in the day, there's no crying in baseball.
Tom Hanks.
We learned that, right? There's no crying in baseball.
Okay.
But is there crying at work?
Depends.
According to a new survey from the people that do surveys, 39% of employees admit to have cried at least once in their workplace in the last month.
Should bring Becky Lynn in on this, too.
There's no crying at work.
You know, we've all worked in,
Why do
different
you
places.
feel I need to be brought in on this?
Because I think we need a female perspective,
Because
too.
we have no deep-seated feelings, you know.
Okay, that's true.
You
You're
can't
right.
make me cry.
That's true.
So what would be the reason that you would cry at work? You get fired? I don't know. You get demoted.
People
you're
say
having
it's just
too much. There's too much on my plate. I can't keep up.
like
I
the
break
strain
down.
of work.
I would say that would be more the case. I don't think. See, I think a lot of people take crying as weakness.
It is.
No, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not.
Is it in the workplace though?
Well,
does it
Is it
depend
appropriate?
on
here you
where
go.
you are?
Yes.
What do you mean?
If you're the boss or you're at the bottom?
Oh.
So I'm not going to call out any names.
Oh, okay.
But I have seen
What does it rhyme with?
the top level people at this very place cry in front of a complete and total meeting of everybody in the company.
Okay. Okay.
What was the reason?
Because they were overwhelmed with emotion of something that happened, whether it's good, and I don't mean they broke down and wept. They were definitely crying.
Okay, but good or bad? I mean, if there's something good and it's emotional and you get an award or something like. Didn't you bawl when we gave you the Hall of Fame?
Announced the Hall of Fame. There were some tears, weren't there?
There were some tears.
There were a couple
so
tears.
that was good. Yeah.
Those are happy tears.
Okay, hold on. Pass. Right? We
What
give
do
her
you
a
mean?
pass.
Total pass.
Okay.
You get inducted into the Hall of Fame. You can shed a tear.
You can shed a tear. You can cry.
We're perfectly
That's
all
good.
right with that.
I've seen Becky Lynn weep after shows. She doesn't want to deal with us. I can't blame her.
It's
I give
because
her
they
a pass
were
there.
terrible.
Yeah.
And I just felt horrible. It was like the listeners had to endure that.
So Becky Lynn,
This
how
is interesting
dare you?
because the survey, again, from the people that do surveys, say that about half of employees worry they would lose their job if they were seen crying.
And I
at
think
work.
it would depend on who their manager or boss was and whether that person was completely emotionally
I would listen.
Void of any emotion as well.
I would not fire somebody for crying. I would ask them, come in my office, let's figure out what's wrong, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I
But would you understand why they might be
Absolutely
crying?
not. Probably
no,
not.
see, that's
I
the thing.
probably would.
I think sometimes people just get, as you said, overwhelmed with emotion. And it's not that they're trying to manipulate. It's just, for some people, it's a spontaneous outburst, and you can't help it. Do you not ever get upset with something and you feel like, if I cry, I'll feel better at home?
No, it's never.
It must be a difference in men and women. Then
vaguely familiar. So, so maybe it is long that because here's what I would tell you. And again, I've had employees cry.
Yeah.
When I was a boss.
Okay.
And it wasn't always that I made them cry either.
Well, we'll
I'm sure
discuss.
that happens sometimes. But when guys run into somebody who's crying, we want to solve the crying problem. What I find a lot of times with the ladies is they just want someone to kind of be with them while they cry. I don't understand that part. I'm like, how do we make this crying stop?
Sometimes.
Like, where do we need to do?
Sometimes you don't know why you're crying.
That's ridiculous.
And there is nothing to solve.
What, do you stub your toe? What are we talking about here? I mean, come on.
Sometimes it's just an overwhelming, it's just emotions. It's,
all right,
you're taking, there's too much on you.
Okay.
Women carry a lot.
Work too seriously.
Women carry a lot.
You do carry
I get
a
it.
lot.
Well, let's make a statement here. Guys can't cry in the office.
No.
They can't.
Okay.
I don't think they can.
I don't think
That's why men have heart attacks and
we don't live as long. 100%.
Yeah, no, and
it's
sometimes that's part of it.
If you're talking death in the family, and that's totally different. But because you're overwhelmed, because someone said something to you that was mean, because maybe you got called out in a meeting, I just think if you're a guy, and I know it's sexist, and I get it.
I agree.
You just can't do it.
Can't do it.
But in this day and age...
But you'll go home and get an ulcer, and you're going to get...
Okay, you're right.
I'm going to go kick a garbage can.
But in this day and age, I think that you can go to your boss and say, I'm going to need a day. I've got anxiety.
Okay.
And you couldn't do that 20 years ago.
Oh, no.
Okay, so that's kind of the same thing. It's if you feel like you can go and say that and take that day, that's a mental health day.
Right.
There was a time when it's like, what do you mean a mental health day? Nobody needs a mental health day.
No, you could get fired for saying something like that.
Absolutely.
But
so
I think
those fall into the same
what
category.
What are you sick of? I'm sick of work.
Sick of you.
So my point is, maybe in another 20 years, it'd be all right for a dude to cry at work.
Maybe so.
20 years?
So.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I just want to put a marker down, and you can agree or disagree. I'm going to have Gatos rule on this, Becky. You're not allowed.
Okay.
The only 2 times it's okay for a guy to cry.
At work?
In general. In life. Number 1, your team wins the Super Bowl. Yes?
Oh, yes.
Number 2, you hit your thumb with a hammer.
Yes.
Okay, those are the only 2.
Can you hear my eyes rolling from
Those
in there?
are the only 2.
Through the bulletproof glass?
That's
Can you hear them? Can you hear them?
That's it.
So
that's the list. It's a list of 2.
So not if you're in the room and your wife has a baby and you get to hold the little one, can't cry.
You can't cry.
That's what you're saying,
He
Bruce.
can't. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Did you shed
absolutely,
tears around the
and you
grandbaby?
should.
I did not.
You should. You want to.
It was more happy.
It was
okay.
joy.
That's fine.
We don't cry for joy that much, unless your team wins the Super Bowl, and then all bets are off.
What if your team loses the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl's a big...
No, then you're angry.
I'll add one. And you know what? And you could disagree.
Okay.
Or agree. If you win a fantasy football championship, you get to cry. Right? Bruce, right?
I didn't. I did some laps around the room, but I don't know if I cried.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if I cried.
There was a tear.
All right, there we go. Hey, we've got to check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, no tears involved, is going to get you up to speed on everything you need to know. And up next, will Kyler Murray be remembered in Arizona for being a quitter? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, LundMortgage.com. I want you to head over to LundMortgage.com. A couple different reasons for you to call my friends at the Lund Mortgage team. I've known them for decades. They're absolutely the best in town when it comes to refinancing. So let's talk about you inside of your home. You've been there for 2 or 3 years. You got a mortgage 2 or 3 years ago. Well, rates have dropped considerably since then. We haven't seen rates like this in four years or so. So what do? You refinance. That's how you save money in an economy like this. This is how you save a chunk of cash each and every month. You call the Lund Mortgage team. Now, here's what they'll do, and here's how they'll do it for you. You say, Gatos, how do I refinance? You could call them, or you can send them an email. Send your email to ratewatch, one word, at lundmortgage.com. That's it. They monitor the market. They alert you when is the right time to refinance. It couldn't be any easier. Ratewatch at lundmortgage.com. And you start saving. Get refinanced through the Lund Mortgage team and tell them Gato sent you.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:45, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We've seen it before, so says Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes after seeing all of the confusion at the polls in Dallas during yesterday's Texas primaries.
The extremists in Texas, very much like some of our own homegrown extremists right here in Arizona, decided convenience wasn't important anymore, and they wanted to confuse voters. So let's go to this precinct-based polling place.
In addition to the confusion it caused, Fontes tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that system is much more expensive to run. You can see the entire conversation with the Secretary of State on KTAR's YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near 23rd Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound near the State Route 51 transition. And Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure that people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Call by March 5th. 480-896-9597.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at chomesfirst.com. At C Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at chomesfirst.com.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium this weekend with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. This weekend, Friday through Sunday, at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Wednesday. The many surprising ways the Iran war affects us in Arizona, 7,000 miles away. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
Thanks, Jim. All right, go to KTAR.com and let's get to the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. It's brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Oh, there we go.
Hop on the Broomhead Show at 8:50 from my house. I have the Gatos 3000.
I've heard.
And it's crystal clear, by the way. Broomhead and I have a discussion, and at this point in the show, about 3:50, Bruce, you like to guess how the folks out there have
how they're going to
voted.
vote. See if I have my finger on the pulse.
KTAR.com. All right, the Cardinals will be releasing Kyler Murray. He wrote in his final goodbye on X, and I quote, I wanted nothing more to do with the Cardinals.
He didn't say that.
I wanted nothing more than to be the one to end the 77-year drought for this organization. Is this a parting shot, yes or no?
77% yes.
Oh, my, you're going 77. It's not working right now. Hold on. 63%. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Most people think that is a parting
Bit
shot.
of a shot across the bow, right?
Yeah. I've thought a lot about Kyler Murray the last, I would say, 48 hours, or 24 hours.
We just learned about it yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. And so I want to ask you this question because I want to hear what you have to say. Was he a bust? You have the number one draft pick, what was it, 7 years ago? Can he be considered a bust?
I don't think so. Listen, I'm not a Cardinals fan, and I'm not a Kyler Murray fan. I'm not going to argue that. I don't think he's at bust level.
I don't either.
I think there's a lot of other people who are drafted top 10, number 1, top 5, first round that you could say never showed anything in the NFL. He showed moments in the NFL. I would argue he sometimes couldn't show a whole game or a whole season, but he showed moments.
I think that's a good way to look at it. It's a mixed bag.
Okay.
Because I will remember him for just these incredible moments where he extended plays and somehow figured a way into the end zone, which just sometimes just baffling, was mind-boggling.
Right.
But then the other times I'll be like, he quit. Like, didn't he quit last year? Or was it the Cardinals who held him out? Because, I mean, I remember, the Cardinals went 2-0. They started the season 2-0. And that was under Kyler Murray. And then I understand, I get it, he got hurt. Was he really hurt for the whole season?
Yeah.
Did they hold him out, or did he say, I don't want to do this? And I don't know the answer.
It seemed a little suspect.
It was very suspect.
Okay, that's very suspect.
There were other years where he remember he took himself out of the game against like the Rams.
This is the thing.
It's like stuff like that. I'm like, gosh, that's quitter talk.
So I look at it like this. Use the Rams as an example. Who they have to play twice a year. You have to beat them. We see them a lot. I look at the way that the Rams quarterback, Matt Stafford, acts on the sideline and on the field, and I look at the way Kyler Murray acts on the sideline and the field, and to me, it's night and day.
Yeah.
And I think there's something to be said for your body language, how you carry yourself, the fact you should know that everybody is looking at you when you're the quarterback. You can't sulk. You can't pout. You can't sit by yourself at the end of the bench. No, It doesn't mean you have to be a nice guy. Hey, Tom Brady used to get in the face of the offensive line when they weren't blocking, but he was a leader on and off the field. I never got that sense. I got the sense that people assume the quarterback is the leader, but he wasn't the leader of the Cardinals.
I think the quarterback has to be the leader. I don't think the running back can be the leader. I don't think the wide receiver necessarily in the huddle.
On that team, I think members of the defense were the leaders.
I get it. Well, you can have that, but again, that's the other side of the ball. Who's the leader on offense? Was he the leader? No.
It didn't feel like it.
But see, it's such a mixed bag too, because a lot of people said he was lazy. A lot of people put the homework, talk about the homework clause that went into his contract. Was there a shred of truth that this guy didn't look at film? I don't know. But to put it in his contract, you're neutering him, and you turned him into like a one-liner. Like, that's
a joke,
that's the guy who plays Call of Duty. And, listen, I know a lot of people at the Cardinals, and for the last few years, this guy was first in, last out.
Yep.
And I think that he finally tried to he figured some of the stuff out as he went. Because think about the pressure. You come in at 21 or 22.
Sure.
You're the number one pick. You're the best player in the draft. And then you go to the Cardinals and you're asked to what? Win a Super Bowl? Dude, I don't know anybody could do that.
Playoffs?
They went to the playoffs a few times.
Yeah.
But it is a mixed bag, man.
I think that's very fair.
But when he was good, he was really good.
Real exciting.
Yeah. And when he wasn't, he kind of wasn't even playing. Because he never played unless he was 100%. And you can't do that in the NFL.
No, everybody plays somewhat hurt.
I'm playing hurt right now. I may have pulled a little bit of a hammy on the way up to work.
Okay.
I'm still here.
You're here.
I'm working.
You're a gamer.
I'm questionable for the 4 o'clock hour.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Speaking of the 4 o'clock hour, Becky Lynn will do a check of the headlines for you. And then up next, a plane goes down in a Valley neighborhood. How is nobody killed or even seriously injured in this? We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Okay, guys. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads. That's a crazy statistic. That's the truth. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their fathers. So you have to ask yourself this question at your age. Do you feel like you're suffering from low testosterone? Do you feel like you might have low T? You have a little trouble in the bedroom. You're losing some focus at times. You're feeling sluggish a lot more than you used to. Well, that's low T. Call Red Mountain. They'll fix the issue. Go talk to the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get tested for low testosterone. Talk to them about the results. And if you do have low T, you will start to get testosterone therapy and everything will get better. Okay? More energy. You'll build muscle mass. You'll sleep like a baby. You'll improve your mental focus. Your sex drive will be boosted. It's a game changer, and all you have to do is go to redmountainweightloss.com, mention Gatos, and I'll get your startup fee waived.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the support they give to Helping Hands for Single Moms. Asset Preservation will match donations up to $10,000 for the entire month of March. Helping Hands for Single Moms was founded in 2001, and their mission is to assist low-income single moms while they work on their post-secondary education, financial independence, and positive family legacy. Find out more about what they do at helpinghandsforsinglemoms.org. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and their support for Helping Hands for Single Moms.
This isn't just any music and wine event at the Attitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. It's the Love is in the Air music and wine event, and it's happening Friday evening, March 6th. I'm Jamie West. Sip, savor, and soak in the sounds of the talented North Valley Chorale with their enchanting Love is in the Air concert. From heartfelt harmonies to soaring melodies, it'll be a night for raising a glass to love. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beattitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. He's a husband, a dad, owner of a gym. He's also a police officer. Staying strong and pain-free isn't optional. It's safety. That's why David Boardman's a QC Kinetics patient.
My job is dependent on my physical ability and my physical fitness so that I can protect myself, so that I can go home safe to my family at the end of the night.
But severe knee pain nearly took that away. Doctors said surgery, shut down the workouts. David needed another option. That was QC Kinetics. They told him,
we're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
They used David's own healing tools in his blood to help restore his knees. Regenerative treatments right in the office.
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week.
Trust the team helping active people avoid surgery. Call QC Kinetics today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hello, Amy Batten here, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. As interest rates continue to improve, more buyers are stepping back into the market and opportunities are moving fast. The difference between winning and missing out often comes down to your team. The right real estate team doesn't just open doors, they position you to win. Negotiation, preparation, and local expertise can save you thousands. Thinking about buying in Arizona? Work with a team that truly cares with proven results. Batten Home Group, powered by Waterstone Mortgage and West USA Realty, for all of your real estate and lending needs.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New today, a student at Sunland Elementary School reported a classmate had a weapon this morning that prompted a lockdown for the school. The school quickly contacted law enforcement and found a student had brought a firearm to the school in a backpack. 2 students were detained by Phoenix police during the investigation.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
There was no reason for them to treat him like this.
A man now is speaking out after his brother died in ICE custody here in Arizona this week. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with this tragic story.
A Haitian asylum seeker named Emmanuel Damas was in ICE detention in Florence when he began to complain of a toothache. Damas's family said he was given Tylenol before it got worse, and he was hospitalized in Scottsdale to have surgery. He died days later from sepsis.
My brother could not even open his eyes. Literally, he could not open his eyes. But he still had a handcuff on the hospital bed. His feet and hands were handcuffed on the hospital bed.
Damas' brother, Presley Nelson, tells KTAR their family couldn't locate Damas for 6 out of the 11 days he was hospitalized. Damas died the day after his family was allowed to come say goodbye. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And KTAR has reached out to ICE for a response. We are waiting to hear back. President Trump saying he was justified in launching strikes against Iran this past weekend. 6 U.S. service members have died in the conflict. This as critics on both sides of the aisle say the U.S. should not be involved in another overseas conflict. Here's ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
The messaging coming from the administration on this has been contradictory and at times conflicting, because the president yesterday said that he may have forced Israel's hand into this war. But that directly conflicts with what his own Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said just one day earlier, where he suggested that it was Israel that pulled the United States into this conflict because Israel was going to strike Iran and Iran was going to inevitably target the United States. So that is why the United States took this military action.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Yesterday's confusion in Dallas as ballots were being cast in the Texas primaries should be a warning of what not to do. So says Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. He tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos recent rule changes left voters confused.
Which is much more expensive. Okay, it takes a lot more resources. And again, we saw the confusion to the point where a judge had to extend voting for another 2 hours, and then the Supreme Court stepped in.
You can see our exclusive interview with Secretary of State Adrian Fontes on KTAR's YouTube channel. 3 people hurt after a small plane crash this morning in North Phoenix. Here's Phoenix Fire Chief Todd Keller.
Around 7:30 a.m., crews were dispatched to the area of Deer Valley and Cave Creek Road for the reports of an aircraft down. So I can tell you that plane did hit 2 houses and landed in the backyard of one.
Keller added the plane took off from nearby Deer Valley Airport, tried to circle back, and that's when it crashed into the roof of a house before it fell into the backyard of another. For more information, you can go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Gilbert, debris on the left-hand shoulder, US 60, Superstition Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road, Peoria, with a crash blocking the intersection. On the Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound approaching Thunderbird Road. And Phoenix with a crash again on the Durango Curve / I-17 southbound near Buckeye Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
59 for the overnight low temp with clear skies, then mostly sunny Thursday, our high hitting 79, and we'll be around 74 on Friday. Right now, it's 83 degrees in Gilbert. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
A lot of people say hour number 3, best of the hours.
1 hour away, though, from hour number 4, and we will bring in our panel for the face-off. Most of it is going to be on Iran. Was there an imminent threat? Is that why we went into Iran? Is anyone really buying that Israel was going to attack Iran and then Iran was going to attack us, and that's why we went in? We'll talk about it. I mean, can't get a straight answer out of Washington, D.C., so we'll try and figure out why we did this. And hopefully it will end okay.
Yeah, how does it end? That's what I'm already concerned about. So Deer Valley Airport up in the North Valley has a pretty large, I notice every time I go by there, school where you can learn how to fly. And apparently, somebody learned how to take off today, but not how to land. Why do I say that? That's because a plane with a student and a professional pilot, instructor, crashed shortly after takeoff. Reports are that the plane took off from the Deer Valley Airport, experienced some sort of trouble, and was trying to return to the airport when it crashed in not one, but 2 homes. At Cave Creek and Deer Valley Drive, dude, at 7 o'clock this morning.
The picture is unbelievable.
Right?
So let me just explain. You know how we all have the blocked walls because we don't like our neighbors?
Don't like them at all.
So here, there's 2 homes that I'm looking at right here.
Mm-hmm.
One home has a wing on it.
That's not an exaggeration.
Yeah. The wing is on one home.
Yeah.
And it seemed that the plane then slid down that roof.
Yeah.
But left the wing.
Left part of the plane.
Yes. And then on the other side of the block fence.
Went over the block wall.
You're going to have to get a bigger block wall.
We're going to need a much bigger block wall.
There's a plane that is leaning against the home. It's leaning against the house.
You can see where it clipped the side of the house. Both of the roofs were damaged.
Nobody got killed.
Amazing,
it's
right?
Unbelievable.
The 2 people on board the plane were transported. We hear that they are in stable condition. There was one person in one of the houses that was transported. They said, well, the house doesn't look damaged. It probably scared him half to death. And so somebody got transported for a precautionary reason.
I've got questions here.
Okay.
I've got questions.
I got questions about how does the plane...
Okay.
Yeah.
So the one house, when the plane hit it, slowed the plane down.
Probably.
But there's a wing that's on my roof.
Yeah.
Who do you call to get a wing of a plane off your roof? I'm serious. Do you call roofers?
There's got to be a guy.
Do you call the fire department?
Well, I think the FAA might have something to do with this.
Is that who you would call?
Well, I don't know if you call them. They're going to show up anyway because they're going to investigate the crash and they're going to take the parts.
I want to know who's taking the wing off my roof.
Yeah. It may not happen at the time you want it to happen, but it'll happen.
Okay. That's question number 1.
Fair.
I've got a lot of questions.
Okay.
Number 2, who pays for my roof? Do
you have plane insurance?
Does the person who crashed the plane into my roof pay for it? Can I sue them?
Does the plane carry accident insurance?
That's a great question.
I don't know.
So if you said that this is a school...
Yeah, it appears to be a flying school.
They've got to pay for my roof.
It would seem that they would be the liable party. Now, what if the plane experienced some sort of a mechanical failure?
I don't care. They still got to pay, right?
Well, what if it's not their fault? It's the manufacturer of the plane.
Okay, I got a third question.
Okay.
What if I call my insurance company and I say hello very nicely, and they say hello?
Is this Jake from State Farm?
Yeah, right back to me. Hi, like to make a claim.
Okay,
sure, I'd love to do that for you. What can we do? Yeah, there was a plane that crashed into my house.
Yeah, you're not covered. First thing they're going to say.
So my roof needs repair. There's a wing up there.
Yeah.
What do you think about sending somebody over and am I covered?
ASAP. Get them over here. Yeah.
You're not covered.
I don't know. These are solid questions, and I wish I could tell you.
You don't have any answers for
how that works. Yeah, well, surprisingly enough, I haven't had a plane crash.
I got a fourth one. Here we go.
Ready.
If you're just joining us, we're talking about a plane that crashed into a North Phoenix neighborhood.
Yeah, right outside Deer Valley Airport.
Thank goodness everybody is okay. But
amazing.
It's crazy, right? The pilot instructor.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's unclear who was flying the plane.
And a student, from what we understand, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't they fix the roof?
I was going to say, after watching them fly, you trust them to get up on the roof?
Okay, maybe not.
Okay, I'm just saying.
So those are the questions that went through my mind.
That's what you thought of when you heard that a plane crashed in a North Valley neighborhood. Just a regular, everyday neighborhood.
Want to know who's going to fix the mess?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, man. I keep looking at this picture and...
Well, the idea that nobody was killed. And I mean, a plane crash is a plane crash.
Right. It's a small plane, though.
It is. It's a Piper.
Okay, what's bigger?
Small prop plane.
What's bigger, the pool in the backyard or the plane?
Roughly the same size.
It's roughly the same size.
It's about the size of the pool.
Would it have been better to have, pulled off like a Hudson River type?
I don't believe they were in control of the plane at that point because they hit the roof of a house.
Well, I'm just saying, you
want to aim for the pool?
If there's a body of water, that's, I think, the best
place. That's a really small body of water to try to land a plane in.
Sully did it.
Sully did it. You've been there. The Hudson's a pretty decent-sized body of water.
This is kind of a big pool.
Oh, for God's sakes. I don't know if you'd want to crash into the water.
It'd be well.
Then you got to get out of the plane.
That is true. I don't know how deep the pool is. It's a pretty big mess. You know, if I'm that homeowner, I'm probably canceling the landscaper today.
I don't think we're going to need you to come over.
I don't think so. The pool doesn't get clean today. Here's Nick Soletti, ABC 15. Okay. He was over there.
We also heard that 2 people were on board. I reached out to a flight source of mine. He's a pilot here. And
you have any flight sources that's a pilot?
I do.
Why don't you reach out to anybody?
Nick already did.
He told me right off the bat, this looks like a plane that you would use to train someone, and that is what we're finding out, that it was a pilot and also a student on board as well at the time here.
Wow.
Okay, we got a lot of people, by the way, who know a lot about planes flying into houses.
Okay.
I have a variety of texts at 620, 620. Would you like me to share some with you? Because they're trying to answer your questions, Gatos.
Oh, this is awesome.
The NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, will remove all of the plane.
Okay.
And the flight school insurance will pay for the house.
The flight school insurance will pay for my house.
Yeah, somebody else said the FAA will take the wing off. Planes carry insurance as well as the school.
I've got another question.
Well. Okay,
I've got another one.
Yeah.
Can I keep the wing since it's on my property?
I don't believe you get to keep it.
Okay. Because that's a souvenir that might be worth it.
Here we got another nerd. Expert.
Oh, jeez.
Deer Valley Airport, DVT as its code, is the busiest general aviation airport in the United States. And then Bill.
What's Bill say?
Call a roofer to tarp the roof.
Tarp the roof.
Make a claim with your homeowner's insurance. They'll chase down the owner of the plane and the flight school. Get repaid.
Yeah. Becky Lynn, we got any rain
coming up? It sounds like you're planning that a plane's going to fly into your house.
Becky Lynn, we got any rain coming up in the next few days? There are a couple of holes in these homes.
No, not any. I see Sunday night.
Okay.
Slight chance.
Okay, you might want to get on it.
Yeah. Sunday's not that far.
It's not that far.
Right around the corner.
30% chance.
All right, you got to tarp that up.
Yeah.
Okay. You do not get to keep the parts of the plane.
I think I get to keep the wing if it hits my home.
I'm almost positive
honestly,
that's not how it works.
that does seem like you should get to keep
Pretty
some,
sure.
some
I'm going
piece
to work
of
it into the decor at the Gatos household.
Put it there in the room, right?
The
right
NTSB wants to know why the plane crashed, and so they gather all of the
okay,
parts,
that's fine. They can
and
look
they
it
do
all
in
over, but then they need to give it back.
And then just bring the wing back when
yes,
you're done with it.
when you're finished with it. Exactly.
Can I get a wheel? Can I leave a wheel or something?
No,
you want to make like
you
want to make like a statue out front of your house, like.
I think I want a piece of that plane. I think like that's a when you have a dinner party, that's a good
conversation piece.
Conversation piece, Becky Lynn.
Yes.
I don't know why, but it reminds me of. Do you remember a movie back in the day starring Robin Williams called The World According to Garp?
Yep.
No.
Well, the chances of that happening again.
So he was looking. Him and his wife are looking to buy a house, and they're standing there with the real estate agent, and they hear this. They hear like a plane, and the plane crashes into the side of the house that they're looking at. And this guy jumps out and he goes, "I'm okay." It was like a crop duster. And Robin Williams' character goes, "We'll take it." And his wife goes, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "What are the odds of this ever happening again?" We'll take it.
That was a great movie.
There you go. That's what it reminds me of. What are the odds of it ever getting hit by a plane again?
And in all seriousness, this could have been a catastrophe.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God that nobody died.
Yeah. They got a hell of a story. Tell you that. We have a check of the headlines on the way. Quick shout out to everyone listening in Fountain Hills, the Fountain Hillians. Thank you very much. Fountain Hills, there's your shout out. And up next, how does going for a walk in a quiet neighborhood in Mesa end in a shooting? This story is crazy, and I feel like we still don't know the details. We're talking about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, got a text today. From a friend of mine, and I didn't even know that he hired the Arizona Painting Company, but he did. And so he sent me a note. Arizona Painting Company started our house today. What a great experience from the first call to, and I guess today is day one. Great communication, great customer service, professional, considerate. What a great company. Okay, great. That's why I've talked about the Arizona Painting Company for almost 2 decades here in afternoons. They are the number one painting company in the state of Arizona. These are the guys that you can trust inside and outside of your home. They have painted the inside and the outside of my home after the past couple of years. And I want them to paint your home too. We're in March, beautiful time of year. The next few months are going to be absolutely perfect. This is where you get your faded, chipped, and tired home painted. Boost Curb Appeal. Also, the paint will protect your home from sun damage and the heat. And so right now, if you text the word paint to 620-620, you can unlock a massive discount. Do that right now. Text paint to 620-620, unlock that discount, hire the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Legendary college football coach Lou Holtz has died. He was 89. Holtz famously led Notre Dame to the 1988 national title. He's the first and so far only coach to lead 6 different teams to bowl games. At Notre Dame, he went 130-2 in 11 seasons. In 2023, he appeared on ESPN's Pat McAfee show.
Notre Dame football is bigger than you as a player. You came here for a cause, and our cause is to be the very best. You don't come to Notre Dame to win most of them, some of them. You come to Notre Dame to win all of them.
All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Mesa with debris on the left-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway eastbound near Gilbert Road. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Street and Bethany Home Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you for joining us. Hey, don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock, or about 45 minutes away from the Face-Off, where we will convene a panel of differing opinions, passionate people, and we're going to have some conversations about the ongoing war / not war, depending on who you ask, with Iraq.
Well, the administration says it's not a war.
Not a war.
But they've called it a war. But it's not one. Get it right, man.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
We'll try to get into that.
Okay. All right.
Gatos, I saw this story the other day, and my thought was, how is this not a bigger story, honestly?
It's strange.
Well, and I think that might be why it's not a bigger story, is because we don't have a lot of answers to a very strange situation. Can I set the scene for you? All right? Maria Lewis, 32 years old. Living in Mesa. Nice little neighborhood there in Mesa. She went for a walk, according to her husband, at 2:30 in the morning. Okay, right off the bat. That's kind of odd. You go for a walk at 2:30 in the morning.
It's a massive red flag.
Okay. She's a mother of 7. Within 15 minutes or so, her husband says he saw lights and sirens, His wife had been shot and killed on the doorstep of their neighbor's house.
Oh, gosh.
The owner of the home is employed by the Attorney General's office and apparently said it was an accident. What the hell happened in that neighborhood?
All right. First of all, nobody goes for a walk at 2:30 in the morning. If it's her neighbor, that doesn't sound like a walk to me. A walk to me sounds like I'm going around the block. So I don't think she went on a walk. Why did she go over to the neighbor's house, I think is the question that we have to ask.
End up at the front door of the neighbor.
Yeah. Okay. So does that make sense? Because I heard she went on a walk. Mm-hmm. No, she didn't. Nobody goes on a walk at 2:30 in the morning. She was not walking around the block. They found her at the neighbor's doorstep. Okay, that's not a walk. What was she doing at the neighbor's doorstep? I can't tell you. I don't know. But it does sound like an accident. If someone is around your house and you're starting to hear, I don't know if this woman tried to open the door or got inside or was walking around to the backyard and the lights go on. I don't know. I do know that, we do have, laws. Why did the person shoot this woman.
But you can't shoot somebody because they're on your front,
You
at your
cannot
front
do
door.
that, and that's my point. Absolutely.
That's not the law.
No, you've got to be inside the house.
Did this woman break into the neighbor's home at 2:30 in the morning?
So to me, it sounds like that's not what happened.
It doesn't appear that way,
Right.
although the neighbor, the alleged shooter, because at this point, honestly, I haven't the foggiest idea what's going on with this story, has hired an attorney and isn't speaking.
And that's what should probably happen. It sounds like the neighbor accidentally shot this woman. And you can't just because someone's on your property, you just can't start shooting bullets.
No.
So it does sound like an accident. What was she doing there? There is no reason to go to a home at 2:30 in the morning unless you are in distress, unless something has happened inside of your home and you're looking for help. Why would you go over to your neighbor's house at 2:30 in the morning, Bruce?
I don't have a good answer. Again,
for help.
Okay, was there a problem?
I don't know.
Was there somebody chasing her through the neighborhood and she went and knocked on the neighbor's door for help and he shot her by accident?
It doesn't sound like it. You have to find the reason that a woman would get up in the middle of the night and walk to the neighbor's house. You have to find out why. Did it happen before? If it did, why did she do it? It didn't sound like she did something like break in or anything like that.
As of right now,
Yeah.
there hasn't been any claim of that. Her husband said he thought there was some sort of altercation that led to the neighbor shooting and killing his wife at his front door.
See, that's interesting. Two things real quick. Number one, did the neighbor know that I'm shooting?
This is my neighbor.
Yeah. Or did you hear something and there was, ruckus and you just fired? You didn't really see it. Dark. That's a mess.
It's
really sad.
But I saw the story, and every time I try to get more details, it just gets weirder.
Yeah. A mother of 7.
Yes.
Found dead at the neighbor's
front doorstep.
Gunshot.
At 2:30 in the morning.
Right.
What the heck is going on?
I don't know.
All right, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, we got a chance to speak to an expert, a man who worked with General Petraeus in Iraq, and get some of his thoughts about what does he see with his experience. ASU Professor Kilcullen joins us next, right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
Breaking news about the conflict in Iran.
More and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today.
With U.S. armed forces and civilians in harm's way, KTAR News is covering the fighting in the Middle East. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You
test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale, new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
D-backs single-game tickets are now on sale. The 2026 schedule includes home games against the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Cubs, and Yankees. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
It matters where you get your care. The specialists at Barrow Neurological Institute go above and beyond, providing expert care and unwavering compassion during your most difficult moments. This Doctor's Day, show your gratitude. We invite you to share a message of thanks for a Barrow doctor, nurse, or team member who has made a difference for you or a loved one. Your messages inspire our team, and your donations, no matter the size, help provide the vital resources that make their life-changing work possible. Visit thankbarrow.com today to share your gratitude and make a gift. That's thankbarrow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. In a vote nearly along party lines, the Senate blocked an effort to require President Trump to end the U.S. strikes on Iran.
To demonstrate the historic significance of the moment, Democratic senators voted from their desks in favor of advancing a measure that would have directed the president to remove U.S. forces from hostilities against Iran. It was sponsored by Virginia Senator Tim Kaine.
I rise today in support of our troops who don't deserve to be sent into war unless this Congress votes that there should be such a war.
The Trump administration and most Republicans in Congress argue the president doesn't need congressional authorization. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
As governor, the safety of Arizonans is always going to be my top priority.
The war in Iran has state law enforcement agencies on alert, and KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in Chandler to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, there's been concern of potential terror attacks in the U.S. following the outbreak of conflict in the Middle East. Already a possibly linked weekend shooting in Austin, Texas, and Governor Katie Hobbs addressing this today.
The Department of Emergency Management, the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Public Safety are monitoring any threats. At this point, there are no credible threats.
And she urges Arizonans who may be stuck in the region or know someone who is to stay informed about the changing situation.
Would encourage Arizonans to enroll in the State Department's STEP program so that they can get alerts if they're in affected countries.
Live in Chandler, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Senate's Energy and Natural Resources Committee voted to advance Bureau of Land Management nominee Steve Pierce amid some strong opposition. Arizona's own Senator Ruben Gallego was one of 9 on the committee who voted no on Pierce's nomination. Gallego says Pierce has a documented history of selling public land and opposing national monuments. A quick-thinking student at Sunland STEM Academy reported a fellow classmate had brought a firearm into school, resulting in a lockdown today. Phoenix police conducted a full investigation while students were on the lockdown and were able to safely remove the firearm from campus. 2 students were taken into custody. Let's check the road home this afternoon. Enrique Garcia joins us live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound, approaching Southern Avenue. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Lincoln Drive and Ocotillo Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on 7th Street and Bethany Home Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
59 overnight with clear skies. Then tomorrow a little bit cooler, around 79 degrees, and 74 with mostly sunny skies on Friday. Currently in Phoenix, it's 84. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizinga. The U.S. Embassy's lifted travel restrictions to Mexico. Should spring breakers be planning their parties? Join us tonight on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Coming up at the top of the hour, the face-off, 5 o'clock. Don't want to miss it. Again, we're going to have some really interesting conversations about, well, what I think a lot of people are seeing in Iran and a lot of the questions folks have about Iran. Fair?
Yeah, we've got one person already in the red room.
Oh.
Remember, we've got a red room and a green, it's not a green room. We've got a red room and a blue room.
Oh, God.
A Republican, Democrat. And so we have different rooms for them, and then we put them right next to each other and see if they agree, which they never do.
So earlier we had a chance to speak to a very, very interesting man. David Kilcullen is a professor of practice in the Center of the Future of War and the School of Politics and Global Studies at ASU. He served in Iraq as a senior counterinsurgency advisor to General David Petraeus and worked in that same capacity for former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice.
Heck of a resume.
It's a tremendous resume, and he knows a lot of what he says and speaks, Gatos.
Yeah, and, I think we've got to learn from Iraq. And that was your question to him. Take a listen.
What can we learn from Iraq, which you were completely involved in? What can we learn from that will help us avoid similar problems with Iran?
Wow, well, it's a huge question, and it is the right question. Yeah, I know, but it's exactly right. We're seeing a situation here which is actually in some ways a little bit similar to what happened in 2001 in Afghanistan as well, where we've got a really powerful air campaign going on. It's the biggest that Israel has ever done, and it's one of the biggest that the U.S. has ever done. And we're doing enormous damage to the Iranian government in terms of its ability to, launch missiles and process fissile material for nuclear bombs and so on. But what we haven't necessarily done is disrupted the regime's ability to control its population. And your listeners are probably aware we're just coming out of several weeks of extremely bloody regime repression of democracy protests, between 7,000 and 30,000 people killed in that process. So the regime has some pretty strong repressive apparatus, and just because you can sink a ship or knock out a missile launch battery doesn't mean that they can't still oppress their own people. So it's really hard to see how this is going to work for regime change without some kind of force on the ground. And it seems to me at the moment the U.S. government is ruling out that force would be American, right? So really the question is there an indigenous ground force inside Iran that would be willing to work with the international community, or more specifically Israel and the United States, where we provide the air power and they provide bodies on the ground?
All right, Dr. Kilcullen. So the next part of the interview is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because, yes, we have to learn from Iraq. Is it the same war? I mean, it's too early. We don't know.
Not the same. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Similarities, but differences,
sure,
right?
Sure. Yeah, region, similar. Okay, but why did we do it?
Mm-hmm.
Why did we go in? Why did we decide to participate? Because we've heard, from different members of the administration, they can't get their story straight. And I just, for me, I just want to know the truth. What was the reason you went in?
Yeah.
Because you would have been better off just telling me, we went in because we wanted to change the regime. Oh, all right. Well, I don't have to like that.
Right.
But at least
you're not
know.
Guessing about it.
Yeah, I think right now we're guessing. So we asked, somebody who knows something about this kind of stuff, David Kilcullen.
Yeah.
Take a listen. What changed in the last week? What made them such an imminent threat to the United States that we had to go in there and start to bomb?
Well, this is a great question, and I think there have been different answers that have come from different parts of the U.S. government and from other governments. Yesterday, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the attack had to happen imminently because the U.S. detected that Israel was about to attack Iran, and they anticipated that Iran would then launch attacks on U.S. bases throughout the region, and therefore needed to get the blow in early in order to prevent that retaliatory strike. So that's an interesting take. President Trump has given slightly different points on how he sees the dynamic. But I think what we've seen is that even though the U.S. was in the middle of negotiations with Iran, somebody decided at some point that it looked like Iran was about to be attacked and would then retaliate against our bases all over the region. And that meant that there was an imminent threat. So that seems to be the current position.
You buy it?
I'm not sure. It certainly is not a good look to be in the middle of negotiating with a country for the mediators, which in this case was the Omani government, to announce an imminent breakthrough and then suddenly go to an attack. But I would say we don't know the background detail yet, and I think we probably won't for some time. So I'm sort of suspending judgment on exactly how to think about that right now.
All right. Part of our interview with Dr. David Kilcullen over at ASU, served in Iraq as a senior counterinsurgency advisor to General Petraeus. He also served under Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part of the thing. That's why I wanted to ask him, are you buying it? Because to me, it sounds like if that's the case, we just followed Israel in. Okay, but didn't the intelligence that all these Iranians of high-profile generals and the supreme leader, and they were all in the same room.
Right.
I thought that was our intelligence. Okay, well, why don't you guys go take care of it? And you know what? We're going to worry about what's happening here. It sounds like I just don't buy it. I think it's a bogus, I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's false, but because Israel said, we're going in.
Right.
Well, that means Iran's going to hit us, so we got to go in too.
We got to hurry up.
I just don't buy that.
Oh, I think that's exactly what happened.
But that's a bad reason to go in.
Oh, I don't disagree. That's a bad reason.
That's a bad reason to go in.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
You think they really said we're going to get hit by Iran, so we got to go in? If Israel strikes Iran first, Iran's going to hit us, so we got to go in?
What Rubio said.
I know.
If Israel strikes Iran, Iran will strike back at Israel and the United States.
Right.
And if we do not strike them first and degrade their ability to retaliate, more lives would be lost.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I believe Rubio when he said that.
You think he accidentally told the truth?
I think he accidentally told the truth. Yeah.
So like, we're the leader of the world. I mean, that we run the world. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
We run it. I would argue we're no longer the leaders of it, but we certainly run the world. Yeah, we're the bully. Yeah.
Okay. I don't necessarily think it's a bully. I think,
I think Colombia and Iran would disagree.
Be our decision? It's our decision if we're going to go to war. It's not Israel's decision. It's our decision. And it feels like we let Israel make the decision.
Yeah. That'd be a good conversation for inside the face-off, right?
Yeah.
Outstanding. Is there a break in the Guthrie case? There's interesting comments, I guess you'd say. Investigators are, what do you say, dropping some hints? We'll dig into it, kind of give you the latest on what's happening down in Tucson in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure that people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Call by March 5th. 480-896-9597.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
We're seeing people who need that assistance go without that assistance.
More than 250,000 Arizonans no longer getting SNAP benefits from October compared to January. Governor Katie Hobbs says it's due to the state trying to keep up with newer federal eligibility rules like work requirements, which she also criticized. She says fraud can be an issue in welfare programs, but eligibility changes also mean people who need help are not getting it. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia. He is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound approaching the I-17 transition. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Jefferson Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time, you filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the support they give to Helping Hands for Single Moms. Asset preservation will match donations up to $10,000 for the entire month of March. Helping Hands for Single Moms was founded in 2001, and their mission is to assist low-income single moms while they work on their post-secondary education, financial independence, and positive family legacy. Find out more about what they do at helpinghandsforsinglemoms.org. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and their support for Helping Hands for Single Moms.
LaDonna here. It's a tough day when you have to try to convince Grandma and Grandpa to give up the keys. What you need to watch out for when they're driving tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News on 92.3 FM and, of course, the KTAR YouTube channel.
I've tried to take the keys away from Sharp.
How'd that go?
Not well. Have you seen him driving in the parking lot? Drives like a madman. I don't think he's fit to drive anymore. Somebody's got to drive him to the radio station early because he's a menace to society on the road. I'm just saying.
Okay.
And I say it with love.
He dresses nice.
Does he dress nice? Okay.
He dresses up for work.
He does.
We dress down for work.
Yeah. He's kissing somebody's butt.
Goes without saying.
Yeah.
I don't even know if you'd call them updates, but I wanted to give you the latest of what's coming out of Tucson in the search for Nancy Guthrie, who was last seen January 31st at 9:45 p.m. when her friend dropped her off at the house. The Pima County Sheriff says that they are, quote, definitely closer to identifying a suspect in her disappearance.
I have no trust in that man. I hope he's right, though.
He said they're continuing to pursue thousands of leads.
If he just said that to say it, I don't even know it. I don't even know what to do.
Okay.
Because I really don't think they're very close in getting someone.
It doesn't feel like it.
No, it doesn't feel like it. So don't tell me that. Like, don't get the families
hopes up.
Yeah.
Do you remember the glove? The black glove found a couple miles from the home on the side of the road.
That nobody thought was going to turn out to be anything.
It turned out not to be anything.
Of course it did.
DNA from the glove was found and traced back to a local restaurant worker who is in no way, shape, or form connected and ruled out as a suspect.
Yeah. No DNA, no car, no picture of the suspect. We don't know what he looks like. We got nothing.
Yeah.
And we haven't had anything.
It feels that way.
And whoever took her got away with it.
Which is crazy to think about in this day and age, right?
It's insane.
We have traffic cameras and we've got Ring doorbell cameras and the neighbors have cameras.
Well, I think that's part of the reason that they in Tucson they don't have some of those cameras that record
at intersections. But also, I can tell you that part of town, which I used to live in, Catalina Foothills, it is more rural than downtown Tucson, and it's on purpose that way. It's dark. It doesn't have street lights like they want to be able to see the sky, and it doesn't have a lot of major intersections. It has a lot of little twisting, turning roads that go through.
I don't think anybody has any info. I don't think anybody saw him take her, either dead or alive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody saw a car. I don't think there's a recording of it.
Is it possible?
I just think they disappeared. I mean, whatever he did. Like, everybody talked about this guy's like a dope. Look at the way he holds his gun.
Anyway, he walked up to the door and tried to put leaves over it, weeds. Yeah,
this guy's a goofball. Well, we haven't heard anything from this guy in a month. And whatever crime you want to say it was, I don't know if it was a robbery or a kidnapping. I mean, it seems like it's the perfect crime, but I don't know what this guy got out of it. What did he get out of it? What did this guy get out of it?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, if I missed it, because I think that the police and the FBI have been very tight-lipped. Was there stuff missing from the home?
I don't know.
And if I missed it, I'm just saying, I know she was, but was there things stolen?
Okay.
I don't know.
Two things.
Okay.
One, great question. Did anything get stolen? I don't think we know that. Number two, how did the person get in? They haven't told us that either.
Was there a forced entry?
Use a key? Open the door? Was
break
unlocked?
A window?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
Yeah.
It's a clown show down there, man. I mean, we've tried to give Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos the benefit of the doubt, and he botched this thing from the beginning.
There's also, do you remember there was reports of not directly nearby, but a little farther away that one person has a Ring camera out by the front of their house, and it sees cars going by. And they had a car go by at 2:30 in the morning.
All right.
That night, which times up with the disappearance. They're saying that it's not clear enough to determine what kind of car it is, even if that would be something.
I don't think anybody knows what happened.
I can't argue that. Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And up next, it's the face-off.
Here we go.
It's the face-off. We've got our group, our experts. We've got politicians. We've got military people.
Absolutely.
We're going to talk about Iran. What does a win look like? That's my big question. We're talking about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident and you need a law firm, there's one law firm and only one law firm that you should call, and that is Sweet James. So let's talk about their history. Over 25 years, Sweet James, they fight for you if you're injured in an accident. You're a victim. They're going to try and get you money. They're going to try and make sure that they fight for you. So, over 500 trials, a 98% winning record. This is a group of people that have built a reputation that absolutely demands attention. Let me tell you something. When the insurance companies know that they have to go up against Sweet James, they don't like that. It's good for you. It's not good for the insurance companies, but it's good for you, and that's really all that matters. 1-800-9-MILLION. Sweet James, trusted by thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona, the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. They have the results, the reputation, and the respect. If you get hurt, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at chomesfirst.com. At See Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at SeeHomesFirst.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Amazing Arizonans, the podcast where Mike Broomhead talks with some of our incredible Arizona people, like chef and TV host Mark Tarbell, Olympic gold medalist Amy Van Dyken, Pinal County Sheriff's Deputy Frank Slope, golfer Tom Lehman, former Arizona Governor Fife Symington. Amazing Arizonans, presented by Resolution Copper. Like and subscribe to it where you get your podcasts. Watch Amazing Arizonans on YouTube or go to KTAR.com and click on podcasts.
Folks, your home is probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. And when you're putting money into improvements, you don't hire the cheapest guy. You hire the right one. That's why I trust Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. These are my kind of people. They show up, tell the truth, and do the job right the first time. If you're ready for a whole home remodel or to finally tackle that kitchen or bathroom you've been dreaming about, Trevec has you covered. Their designers listen, they communicate, and they treat your home like it matters, because it does. And yes, they handle roofing too. I love companies that operate with integrity, and Trevec is one of them. Find Trevec Remodeling and Roofing at Trevec.com. That's Trevek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, together, building dreams for 25 years.
The next Trevec Remodeling Seminar is Tuesday, March 17th.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says Low T start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's Low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
KTAR News now.
5 o'clock, good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A majority of the U.S. Senate voting today to block a bipartisan resolution aimed at stopping the air war and requiring any hostilities against Iran be authorized by Congress. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
What we've heard from Senate Democrats who are backing this is that they do believe that this is a meaningful step to put Republicans on record about this vote, in particular because Congress is the only branch of government, right, under the Constitution that has the authority to declare war.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly. That's what the president said today on the Iran war as he was speaking at a roundtable on data centers.
So on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
He touted the success of the operations against Iran and that these operations would continue.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A man in Florence ICE detention died Monday after his toothache turned into sepsis. His brother believes it could have been prevented. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Emmanuel Damas was taken to a Valley hospital nearly a week after he first complained of the toothache. His brother, Presley Nelson, says Damas was handcuffed to the hospital bed even though he was so sick he couldn't even open his eyes.
I wanted everyone to know he was a loving father and someone who had a good heart, compassionate. There was no reason for them to treat him like this.
Nelson says it was very difficult to get medical information about his brother for the 11 days he was hospitalized. The family was only allowed to come visit the day before Damas died. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to ICE for a response. We are waiting to hear back.
We're seeing people who need that assistance go without that assistance.
There's been a 31% drop in the number of Arizonans getting SNAP benefits between October and January, or more than 250,000 people. Governor Katie Hobbs saying today the state's trying to keep up with federal eligibility rules, which she also criticized.
The kind of widespread changes that were made in H.R. 1 is only making eligible people less eligible, and people who need those benefits not get them.
She says fraud can be an issue in welfare programs, but indicated work requirements and other new rules outweigh the risk as people can't get the help they need.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona's education unions could be facing some major changes.
A new ballot referral could be changing how education unions operate. It could limit school districts' ability to provide space, funding, or resources to any labor organization. President of Arizona Teachers Union, Arizona Education Association, Marisol Garcia, says it could push teachers away from the industry.
It would block educators from meeting in their own schools. It will override existing agreements and contracts between school districts and employees and ban payroll deduction for union dues.
The referral could end up on your ballot in November if it's passed by the Arizona Senate. It's already passed the House. We asked lawmakers for comment. So far, there's been no response. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. 3 people injured today after a small plane crashed into the backyard of a North Phoenix home. At a press briefing, Phoenix Fire Captain Todd Keller explained what led up to the crash.
I can tell you that this plane was flying out of Deer Valley. Some kind of mechanical problem, was returning to the airport.
Everyone involved in the crash was transported to the hospital and is expected to fully recover. For more information on this, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's see how the roads are looking this afternoon. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a non-functional traffic signal on the I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound at Werner Road. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, right around 59 degrees for the low temp. And then tomorrow, we're going to be in the upper 70s and the mid-70s by Friday. We'll be back up in the low 80s again, though, by Saturday. Currently in Surprise, it's 84 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow. Go to seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Face-Off.
All right, if it's 5:05 on a Wednesday, you know we've got the Face-Off. Thank you for joining us. We've got an hour of politics. And let's get to our panel. All right, Ricardo Reyes, Executive Director of Vets Forward and U.S. Marine veteran. Ricardo, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for having me.
We've got Mick McGuire, Major General, retired U.S. Air Force. General McGuire, great to see you.
Thanks for having me back.
And we got Republican Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Council member. Sal, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Let's see if we can get his mic on. All right. We got to move you, Sal. We got a down microphone.
The camera goes
Well,
away.
That's okay. We're going to move him anyway.
Okay.
All right, let's get to it. We've got Iran in the war. We had attack drones, big problem for the United States.
Yeah.
But why don't we start here, everyone? what was the reason that we went in? I really think that this is something that we have to figure out. We know what Marco Rubio said. We know what a lot of people are thinking. We'll start with Ricardo. Why did we go in? Did we follow Israel? Is that what we did?
I mean, I heard what Marco Rubio said, right? And then, we were told that it was an imminent threat. And then it turns out that the imminent threat was that Israel was going to attack. And we felt that if they attacked, they would attack us.
Iran would respond against the United States and Israel. Right.
While we were in the middle of, peace talks. What I don't understand is if that is the, definition of imminent threat, it sounds to me like Donald Trump should have gone to Bibi and been like, hey, we're in the middle of negotiations. Why are you trying to attack right now? Things are only going to escalate. So I don't understand the reason for just follow, our defense because Israel's going to attack. And I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
General McGuire, what Ricardo said, if you're in the middle of a negotiation, does that happen where you're like, okay, we're in the middle of a negotiation. We probably know the Iranians don't want to do any of this stuff. Let's go ahead and bomb them. Is that something that has happened? Is that the norm? Or is this like, wait, what are you doing? You're trying to negotiate. You can't do both at once.
We had a chance to talk about this on Monday. I've been thinking about it since then. I've done some reading, listened to some interviews, and here's my takeaway. I said this on Monday, and I still stand by it, that militarily, any of the presidents in the last 47 years that thought they could get this level of an impact in the first 4 days with such limited casualties and such little blowback would have taken that risk. Why and how they message and the policy around the messaging and who the speakers are, I'm going to stay away from all that. I'll just tell you militarily, I believe the overarching strategy for the United States is to put Iran, who right now is in the top 4 military adversaries, in the bottom 50. And how it goes with regime change, who's next, is kind of not something that we're going to pay much attention to.
Sal, what about the messaging?
Well, the messaging, I think, is really simple because we're seeing it every day on the TV and on the radio and how we're getting it off our media. We're obliterating Iran. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their communication. They were one of the largest terrorist organizations in the world, funding all these terrorists around the globe.
We've hit 2,000
We've
targets.
taken them out.
Yeah.
We're just literally obliterated, as the general had said here, their force. And it's going to take them, I just want to give you 2 thoughts here. One, economically, if they have to rebuild this military, it's in the trillions of dollars for them to do that. 7 warships, I think it is, or 11, I can't remember what the number it is. Those things are expensive. So for them to have to come in and rebuild again after their economy has already been decimated already with high inflation, I think it's over 100% now. So if you look at that, and then if you also look at what's been happening around the world, and if you look at the last 12 months of the Trump administration, where we've got Panama, they were ready to do a deal with the Chinese. What happened? They have a European group in there now. We took out Maduro, and now we're working with the Venezuelan government. Now, I don't know if that's working well or not. That was another friend and ally of China. Now, their biggest oil importer of China is, or exporter to China, is Iran. We're taking out all these friends and allies of the Chinese government.
Is the idea to bait China into something?
No, I think it's just really to weaken them and get them out of our hemisphere, 1. And 2 is to say, we're sending them a very clear message of what's happening in the world. I think this is a bigger strategy that people are not giving the Trump administration credit for. Now, this is my guess. No one's telling me that.
Well, I was going to say, they haven't explained that either.
Yeah,
they haven't said a word
so,
like that.
This is just Sal behind at the back of a napkin. Sorry.
I think that's giving way too much credit to Donald Trump, honestly. But mentioning Venezuela, we're not even done with Venezuela yet. What did we get accomplished in Venezuela? Not a dang thing. The people that are in charge of Venezuela right now are the people who were in charge when Maduro was there. It's his vice president that became president. His generals are still, everybody who's in charge of Venezuela is still the same people. Now, the reason that I have a problem with this war is because I took a lesson from Iraq and Afghanistan. We went to war in Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. What did we accomplish? Who was in charge before we went? Who's in charge right now?
Not much.
The exact same people. ISIS is still in charge. and then
the
Taliban is still in charge.
Right back to Afghanistan.
So we got absolutely nothing out of that except for 20 years of death and destruction, including 20 years of veterans that we can't take care of, apparently, because every time, and I'm going to mention this a lot of times today, this is the most anti-veteran administration in my lifetime and a lot of my friends' lifetime. They've been cutting services left and right. They cut services with Dodge. They cut services with the big bloated bill. Just a couple of weeks ago, they were trying to cut people's disability ratings, and because they wanted to save a couple of $1 billion there with a drop in the bucket in the defense budget. So I don't understand why, if we can't even take care of the veterans we have right now, why are you trying to create more veterans? And it's already costing us American lives. Like, we were all pissed off, or everybody was so mad at Hillary because people died under her watch, right? In Benghazi. We have 6 military members who lost their lives. And Donald Trump, who not just him, but his family has never served in the military, is out here telling us that, oh, they're so patriotic and this is so great for America. And he's like trying to whitewash it. I guarantee you those families don't care how he puts it. They don't care about, they're so patriotic for giving their lives for this country. This did not need to happen. This war that we're in right now, because it is a war, whether he wants to call it that or not, was unprovoked and was definitely preventable.
Well, that's another one of the arguments. Is this a war or not? Again, but and to be fair, the United States, the last time it declared war was 1941,
True, right.
And we have not been in a war technically, or
I reckon Afghanistan we're not wars apparently. I get it,
and I know that those of you that serve know exactly what a war looks like, whether they call it that or not.
General McGuire, what do you say to Ricardo about his thoughts on Afghanistan and Iraq? I saw your your eyes working over there.
Totally separate situation. In this particular case, these are all linked. Mm-hmm. In 1991, there was a decision made with the consent of Congress, without a declaration of war, to launch Desert Storm with a defined objective, which was eject all Iraqi forces out of Kuwait. 42 days later, we did it. We knew full well that whoever was in charge in Iraq would still be in charge, but significantly weakened. Move forward from that date 12 years to 2003, same guy's in charge, has no ability to reconstitute any expeditionary power. And there were many of us, like Ricardo, that said, if we put guys on the ground there and everybody is hostile to you, you've got Shia militias, you've got Sunni militias, you've got Ba'athist forces supported by them. And I saw a thing today, we estimate that 75% of our casualties during that 20 years were a result of technology, training, and equipment provided by Iran.
Yeah, the IEDs.
Yeah.
And
when I left the military,
yeah.
Iran had 358, think about that, 358 known terrorist militias that they were funding. I would say that, again, it's a tragic loss for those 6 families. But if you take any president and take all the partisanship out of it, about what party they're in, I don't care who it is, and you tell them you can set these guys back 100 years and their ability to spend outside their borders is going to be degraded to the point where the only thing they can focus on is keeping their people happy, Americans are going to be safer in the world when it's over, either party's taking the risk.
We've been an extreme success here in Iran. It's
militarily, there's no argument. None.
But that's what it takes. Economically.
What do you do after? That's the issue.
What's that?
What do you do when it's
militarily?
all done?
We devastated Afghanistan and Iraq as well.
Even if nothing occurs with Iran after this, and let's say the same people, the worst case scenario, the same people are in power.
You get another supreme leader gets in there, he's just as bad as the other guy.
They have no power. I shouldn't say they have none. They're completely degraded. Okay, for them to be able to export money, time, materials to, whether it's Lebanon, Hezbollah, or Hamas, or wherever, Yemen. Yes, exactly. They can't do it.
So the worst case.
Can.
So like the worst case,
we've taken them out.
Worst case scenario is they get somebody just like the supreme leader. He's just as bad.
The vice supreme leader.
But we've taken out a ton of the military. We've taken out their nukes, or whatever was done with them, or wherever they were with that program. We've taken out their ballistic missiles. I keep going back to Iraq, and I keep seeing how great our military was. But then it was, well, what do we do after that? And it just...
The nation building, the regime change.
Do that part of it well.
Like Ricardo, I was opposed to the Iraq War. And I wasn't in favor of us invading Afghanistan. I believed in an air campaign. I liked that idea, but I'm not a general. I'm not
I
a
think
military
putting guys
guy.
on the ground is the hugest risk you can
I
take.
think it is.
And I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't either.
I told you the other day, I do not see a situation where any of the leading indicators would say, look at the body language of the Secretary and Chief of Staff of the Army in the last couple press conferences, if you watch them. When was the last time you saw a press conference where the Chief of Staff of the Army is over on the far right side and nobody's paying any attention to him? If you don't think that parochial interests are real, the Navy, for the first time since 1940s, sunk a frigate in open waters.
With a torpedo.
Yeah. And the actual number is 20 ships.
Yeah.
20 ships have been disabled. I said on Monday that you asked what's going to happen with the oil. I said once they eliminate the naval threat, the straits are going to open back up.
Yeah.
Will it be an extended period of time? 10 days.
Okay. This is the face-off. Sal DeCiccio, Mick McGuire, Ricardo Reyes. All right, coming up next is reporting on those American deaths, the 6 service members who were killed in Kuwait. Should it not be front page news? Should we not report on it? We'll tell you who said that. It's coming up next. Outspoken. And it's the face-off on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products. I want you to call them at 480-746-4280. I'm going to send you to a family-owned company right here in Arizona, 1986. So you do the math. They're celebrating 40 great years in business. Right now, you can beat the heat. It's the best time to replace your builder-grade windows. You get them installed before the summer hits off.
KTAR
All you have to do
News
is call 480-746-4280. They got a great deal. All you do is mention Gatos. Get $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Now, if you have fewer than 10 windows, it's not an issue. They can discount it, be prorated, but you're going to go with a great company. 480-746-4280, advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. We've seen it before, so says Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, after seeing all of the confusion at the polls in Dallas during yesterday's Texas primaries.
The extremists in Texas, very much like some of our own homegrown extremists right here in Arizona, decided convenience wasn't important anymore, and they wanted to confuse voters. So let's go to this precinct-based polling place.
In addition to the confusion it caused, Fontes tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that system is much more expensive to run. See our entire conversation with the Secretary of State at KTAR's YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Sip, savor, soak in the sound that our love is in the air music and wine event on Friday, March 6th at 6:30 p.m. Learn more and RSVP at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome back to the face-off. We do it every Wednesday or when events dictate. In studio with us right now, if you're watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, there's Sal DeCiccio, former Phoenix City Council member. In the middle there, Ricardo Reyes, Executive Director of Vets Forward, and a U.S. Marine vet, and Mick McGuire, General McGuire, retired U.S. Air Force. Thank you all for being here. So we touched on earlier, there have already been casualties in this war. What I from understand is a missile, an Iranian missile, struck a resupply base in Kuwait, not necessarily nearby, and 6 service members died. They were all reservists, I believe, is what I saw, and they were there to supply fuel and food and ammunition to troops. Apparently, reporting on that is now partisan in and of itself, because that's what I got from Secretary of Defense Hegseth.
This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality.
Listen, we're going to cover fallen soldiers because they made the ultimate sacrifice. And I think when you cover fallen soldiers, it's part of honoring them.
I don't think it's fake news.
I think it's more than that.
Go ahead, Sal.
I think it reminds us of what the cost is.
The real cost.
The real cost. No, I think you should report on them. As a matter of fact, they should be on the front page of everything. We need to know the pain that the families go through, you know, the pains that the children have to go through. We should live that every time and realize that whenever we enter any engagement and this happens, that this is a potential, and we should always be wary of that.
Ricardo, I think that, you know, guys like Hegseth and people that are around Trump are more worried about Trump's feelings than 6 military members dying. They're worried about what the media is going to say. They're not worried about the 6 dead soldiers. What they're worried about is how are you going to react and make our president look bad. Listen, six people died. We have to talk about it.
They're worried about propping up Donald Trump. And here's my biggest issue with it, because we're seeing all the stuff that's going on right now in the state legislatures where they're trying to name highways after Charlie Kirk. Are you freaking kidding me? They haven't shut their mouth about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a podcaster. So you're telling me that they're going to go out and they're going to glorify Charlie Kirk, a racist, in my opinion, okay, a somebody who was not worthy of, like, just the way you died doesn't change that the way you lived. And it is tragic the way he died, but the way he lived was horrible. He was a bad person in my point of view. And I know some people are going to disagree. But how are you going to tell us that it's more important to talk about Charlie Kirk? Again, they have not shut their mouths about Charlie Kirk for months now. But when people talk about, service members who died in an act of aggression from another country, now we can't report on that. We can't talk about that. Why did Trump lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Kirk, but he hasn't done it for these service members? That the hypocrisy coming from that, they have the audacity to tell us, like, oh, don't talk about the people that are giving their lives for this war that you started and you sent people to.
I didn't take it then.
I hear everybody reporting on that as well, though. I would disagree with Hegseth on basically everything, but the idea that no one's reporting that it's been a military success, I think everybody 100% agrees it's a military success.
The public believes it's a military success. 72% of America thinks, hey, if we're only in there for less than a month, we're good with this.
I don't think they're good with it.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe.
I don't think they're good.
I don't believe a word that comes out of their mouth, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen polls. 60% of people don't like that we're actually there because we don't have the appetite for this. General McGuire, the American people don't have the appetite for another war here. That's for sure. Now, again,
feels like that. Yeah.
Yeah. If we can get in and out, that's one thing. But Trump said we're in 1 or 2 days. That's not the case. He said maybe 4 or 5 weeks. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to put troops on the ground.
Regime change?
Regime
I don't
change?
know. Maybe it'll be the guys that are there.
I'll give you the last word, General.
I think relative to the 6 service members that passed, I would encourage everybody in the media and all the public to watch the Pentagon's official statement each day. General Kane led with the tragic loss of those 6 members that we've made next to kin notification for the first 4. Unfortunately, I've been a general officer that had to, do last rites and deliver flags to widows. So nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. Nobody hopes for that. Couple that, though, with what I said from at the beginning. Well, when we spoke the other day, I mean, I'm ecstatic that the progress of the military campaign and the little bit of loss we have had. But you're absolutely going to have 1 or 2 missiles get through and those types of things. And I think as we continue through this, relative to the public's appetite, what Gatos was saying, I think that I don't get the sense on the street right now that the public is enraged for or against.
How about
They're
worried?
somewhat neutral.
I think concerned.
I think the longer it goes,
The more worried.
the more it happens. But we said the other day, a lot of it's going to come to economic issues. The straits open back up, travel picks up. We get the 1,600 folks that are there as either expats or embassy workers, and the rest out. I heard today they're going to open up civilian air flights again. They're offering seats on the C-17s militarily that are leaving. I was in Israel in the 45 days before this, and I registered with the Secretary of State. I thought that worked well in a nonpartisan way. If you're there, go to the Secretary of State's website.
They know you're there.
Yeah,
they know
exactly.
where you are. They know how to contact you.
If you're willing to do it, they know how to get a hold of it.
This is the face-off. Again, thanks a lot. That's General McGuire, Ricardo Reyes, Sal DeCiccio. Coming up next, how could this war succeed? Or how could it go disastrously wrong? We'll play the speculation game. It's coming up next. This is the face-off on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
Springtime in Phoenix, and painting is maddening. So do what Brian did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
I plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield. Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
We're seeing people who need that assistance go without that assistance.
The number of Arizonans using SNAP food assistance is taking a sharp downturn.
There's been a 31% drop in the number of Arizonans getting SNAP benefits from October to January, or more than 250,000 people. Governor Katie Hobbs saying today the state is trying to keep up with tighter federal eligibility rules.
Ensuring that there is not fraud in the system, that people who are eligible are getting the benefits, that people who aren't eligible are not qualifying. But it is making a lot of people who need and are eligible for those benefits go without.
And at the same time,
we're doing all of that in an environment with more limited resources because federal cuts have slashed the staff.
Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
A student at Sunland Elementary School reported a classmate had a weapon this morning, and it prompted a lockdown for the school. The school quickly contacted law enforcement and found a student had brought a firearm to the school in their backpack. 2 students were detained by Phoenix police during the investigation. 3 years after making several extreme death threats to then-President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, 44-year-old Michael Hansen has been sentenced to prison. The former Phoenix resident pled guilty to posting several threats on X, one of which included the language of death by brutal murder. Hansen will now serve 27 months in prison, followed by 3 years of probation. And an Arizona man is going to be spending more than 3 years in prison for fencing some $2 million in stolen merchandise.
Attorney General Chris Mays, along with the Oro Valley Police Department, found that Nicholas Miller worked with an East Coast connection to move close to $2 million in stolen goods from stores in Phoenix and Tucson. Mays says Miller was paid more than $400,000 to move the goods. In addition to jail time, Miller will pay some $75,000 in fines. John Roller, KTAR News.
Let's get you home now with a look at the roads from Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 16th Street, and Scottsdale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near McDonald Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Clear tonight, 59 for our low, mostly sunny, and 79 tomorrow. It's 83 right now in Phoenix. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents... This is the Face-Off.
All right, second half of the Face-Off on a Wednesday. Sal DeCiccio is here, former Phoenix City Council member. We've got Mick McGuire, Major General retired U.S. Air Force. And we've got Ricardo Reyes, Executive Director of Vets Forward. And U.S. Marine veteran. All Iran so far, and we will continue that. I've got a question for General McGuire. I'd like to start with you. So we've talked about the military operation. It's been brilliant. I don't think anybody can argue that. I think a lot of people are still worried. What do we do after the military? What's the outcome? Can you define victory in Iran? What does it look like?
I think in this particular case, when there's battle damage assessment that says that we've destroyed all of their naval capacity, all of their capability to launch ballistic missiles, all of their capability to manufacture fissile material for nuclear weapons, I think at that point from the military side, we'll turn to the policy leaders and say, it's up to you now. What do you want to do? There's no more targets. But I would suspect, for example...
Well, you said something there. Can I follow up with that?
Yeah.
Like, at some point, from a military standpoint, there's nothing more to bomb. You can go back and bomb it again, but at some point, like, we've run out of targets.
Well, I mean, when I was last year, we had the, midnight hammer, 12 days, we destroy. I can tell you that there's nothing you hit one time, no matter how decisively you hit it, that's the end. So you're going to see many of these targets hit multiple times, and at some point there will be an assessment made up to the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs from Admiral Cooper that they have exhausted all of the opportunities for valid military targets in the country, and we got nothing else to do.
All right. Ricardo, define victory in Iran. Is it just after the military wipes them out, or does it go further than that?
I mean, to me, going in and just wiping everything out is not victory.
Okay.
Like, to me, going in and wiping everything out is, okay, you went and you destroyed their infrastructure, their economy. Okay, the civilians there are the ones that are going to suffer, and we've already seen civilian casualties, right? Like 150 female students that passed away. I keep getting different. People tell me that it was the Iranians. People, the Iranians are saying that it was the Americans. Whatever. To me,
there are civilian casualties at other places.
There's civilian casualties
in any war.
In any war, there's always going to be civilian casualties. So to me, if there is going to be, a victory in Iran, there has to be a day after plan that includes the Iranian people's ability to govern themselves. This can't be something where we go in and we have the regime change and we decide, what puppet government we're going to be putting in, because we've seen time and time again that always fails, that the people eventually will rise up because nobody likes American imperialism. So to me, if there is a path to victory here, it has to be something where we are able to have the people of Iran have self-determination as to what is going to happen next, and we just play a supporting role.
Sal, what does Trump want here?
Well, like I had mentioned at the beginning of the program, I just believe we've been extremely successful with what happened in Panama, what happened in Venezuela, and now with Iran. We've basically taken out this is the #1 terrorist country in the entire world that's been at war with us since 1979 and 81. Let's not forget about the Beirut bombing, where they killed 187, I believe, Americans. They've killed over
the embassy holding our people at the embassy.
Yeah, they've killed thousands of Americans. Iran has. It's time to get this thing over with. It was time to do this and get it over with. Success to me, it's and I would hope even to anybody's view, is annihilating their entire military structure so that they can't go out and spread this war. Now, are they going to be able to do that? I think that they still can if they want to. This is a theological entity that is running Iran. It's about 20 to 30% of the country. The rest of the country is not on board with them, but 30% are hardcore. That's a lot.
So go into that for a second, because Bruce and I were talking about this the other day. What percentage of Iran likes what we're doing? Because I think if you're a young Iranian, you don't want this supreme leader anywhere near you. You don't like it.
It's kind of generational.
So are the older people, and this is a question for the entire panel, whoever wants to jump in. Is it like 70% of Iran likes what we're doing? Is it 20% of Iran that likes what we're doing? Is it split?
So I spoke to one of my dear friends here who she's a local reporter. She's Iranian. She covers a lot of the stuff that goes on. So I have a good relationship with her because we run into each other at a lot of these events. And I gave her a call because I was like, what is the sense that you're getting from the people in Iran? And what her words were, like, you have to remember, Iran is 90 million people. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. This is a huge country with a lot of resources. And not everybody's going to agree. Just like here, if Trump kills over tomorrow, a lot of us might be happy. A lot of us are going to be angry. So most of them are happy that the Supreme Leader is gone. But the problem is that the people who are here, like just a couple of days ago, there was a protest downtown by the Capitol where there was like an anti-war protest and a pro-Shah protest, right?
Okay, yeah.
They all like got in each other's face. And her point was like the people who are here cheering and being happy that this is going on, they're not the ones getting bombed.
No,
they're not the ones in the cities. So even the people there that are not pro, Ayatollah and all that, they're still scared because they're having this, bunker in place because bombs are dropping every single day. And like we've mentioned many times, civilian casualties are normal during these bombings. So that is what even the people who would support us are still scared and are still like wondering what's going to happen next.
Along those lines, and again, I will defer to the military experts in the room. And I had a friend in Afghanistan, and he made the point to me that how careful military tried to be, because if you killed one civilian, you just turned his whole family into hating Americans and willing to go and strap a bomb on and take a pot shot at us. He goes, you have to be very, very careful that you can change somebody's ideology in a heartbeat when you kill their family member in front of them.
Yeah, to me, people wonder why there's so many people in these countries that hate us. It's easy to hate us when bombs are dropped and then you go and you look through the rubble and the bomb says made in America.
Yeah. Sal?
So I don't think we're going to get regime change. I think they're way too ingrained over there.
The IRGC especially.
They are. Yeah. And, it's like we were talking at the break here. They're playing the game It. And most of them are raising their hand. Not it. I'm not the guy. I'm not in charge. I'm no longer in charge, right? Because they're going to be taken out. And I think the United States government will end up taking out whoever they see as an enemy. They're just going to keep doing this, or the Israelis are. And that's what they should do. But at the end of the day, they're ingrained. From the bureaucratic structure that they've already got in place there, it's ingrained. It's just too hard to move that quick. It's incremental. It's going to have to happen over time.
Yeah. We've got a quick check of the headlines on the way as well. We're going to let Becky Lynn do that. But here, the face-off will come back around. We'll switch it up just a little bit, right? Kristi Noem, who got it worse on Capitol Hill? Her or her dog Cricket? We're going to talk about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
That's rough.
Get a million of them.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Guys, if you have low testosterone, Red Mountain says Low T start for free. For a limited time, they are waiving their startup fee. You can gain the muscle, lose the fat, lose that dad bod, and get the edge back. It's a great way to get started. If you're feeling sluggish and you lose focus at times, maybe some trouble in the bedroom, chances are it's Low T. But in addition to that, they do have ED medication. And how about this? A prescription-only formula that will actually put hair back on your head. It's called Hair Grow RX. It's helping guys reverse hair loss for good. Guys, they have got you covered at Red Mountain. You have to make the appointment, but I promise you it's going to change your life. Go to redmountainweightloss.com, make a video consultation appointment, redmountainweightloss.com, or pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain. Once again, that's pound 250 on your smartphone, key phrase Red Mountain.
Arizona, please listen. The Colorado River has been shrinking, and there's less water than ever. Now, some states in the upper Colorado River Basin are trying to force Arizona to get even less. Our communities could face devastating cuts that threaten homes, tribes, farms, jobs, and our future. This won't be voluntary. All 6 million of us will have to change our way of life. Let Washington hear your voice. Demand action. Save our future. Visit protectingarizonaslifeline.com today.
Protecting your estate with a living trust could ensure that people you love will be protected when you pass away. Because if you don't have a living trust, all of your assets, including your house, your bank accounts, and your investments, could end up in Arizona probate court for years and could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Even if you have a will, your estate could end up in probate. But you could avoid this by getting a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, who's helped over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995. Call today for 65% off on your living trust. You'll have peace of mind knowing your assets will be seamlessly passed on.
If you're 60 or over, you can save 65% on a living trust. Call 480-896-9597. That's 480-896-9597. Call by March 5th. 480-896-9597.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. It allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. lifechangerloan.com.
KTAR News Flash.
546. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There's a new ballot referral that could be changing how education unions operate. It could limit school districts' ability to provide space, funding, or resources to any labor organization. President of Arizona Teachers Union, Arizona Education Association, Marisol Garcia, says it could push teachers away from the industry. The referral could end up on your ballot in November if it passes the Arizona Senate. It's already passed the House. We've asked lawmakers for comment. So far, no response. And we have more education solution stories for you at KTAR.com/education. Time to check on the roads this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway eastbound near Dobson Road. Phoenix crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound. Approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Struggling with depression that hasn't improved? Ask about safe, medically supervised ketamine treatment. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, let's talk about Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So here is the deal at the Gatos household. My wife wanted blinds and shutters, and so that is exactly what we're going to do. And we went through a remodel and looked around the house and said, wow, everything looks really great except for our blinds. They were old. They were discolored. I think one of them had been chewed by a dog. We don't have a dog. And it was the past homeowner that, their dog did that. So here's the deal. The best way to hire them is to go to their showroom. They've got 3 showrooms around the valley. Go to one of them. Look at all of their stuff, the beauty, and talk to someone that is they're the experts that are going to help you. The next step would be to have them come to your house. And when they come to your house, you mentioned Gatos, it's free. When they come to your house, they bring a lot of the stuff and they put it up right by your window and say, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? How about this color? What about these custom blinds? How about this shutter? What about this shade? So do what my wife and I are doing, hiring Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Do some research. Go check them out online, southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome back to The Face-Off. Sal DiCiccio, General McGuire, and Ricardo Reyes all in studio with us. So we've been talking a lot about the Iran war, the tremendous success that the military has had in a very short period of time. And still, how long will it last? What does victory look like? A lot of questions, I think, still to be answered, right? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, though, has been in front of both a Senate and House committees answering some questions about basically what's been going on with DHS and how they've been going about their jobs.
And I think a lot of it is ICE.
Yeah.
Arresting innocent people, killing people.
Calling them terrorists.
Senator Tillis is a Republican from North Carolina.
So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem? Because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day, because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster.
That's a Republican. That's a Republican. I got to tell you, she deserves to be chewed out like nobody's business. Usually I look at some of this stuff and I say a lot of it is political theater. I understand that. They want to get their soundbite in there. This is what they want to do. But after watching...
He's not running for re-election, by the way.
True, but after watching what ICE did... She deserves it. Here's Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Shengli Tao, are you aware that agents bashed in the door of a U.S. citizen, a Hmong elder with no criminal record?
I can't speak to the specifics of that
Did you see the photos of that man being dragged out of his house in Crocs and in his underwear?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe that he was involved in fraud?
I do not know where that status of that investigation is.
Are you aware that he is a son of a beloved nurse that treated our soldiers in Vietnam?
I believe that we have laws in this country that need to be enforced and need to be applied equally to everyone.
Speaking of enforcing the laws and following the laws, did they have a judicial warrant when they rammed through an American citizen's door?
Our law enforcement officers follow the same protocols and procedures that all law enforcement do.
Are you aware that he tried to show his identification to show that he was American citizen and they didn't want to see it?
Again, these officers conduct themselves in processes. If something was done inaccurately, then certainly we will make sure that we correct it and rectify it.
It's one of the great things about our country. If you act inappropriately, you're going to have to go and sit in front of people who are going to go after you. And she deserved this. Sal, you and I have gone back and forth on the ICE. I think she's a disaster and a disgrace to the country. I really do.
We've put everything in perspective. We had 13 million people come across the border illegally. We all know that. Okay, that is an accepted
for how
fact.
long, right? I mean, Biden was a mess. There's no doubt.
You've got to find a way, out of the thousands of operations that these individuals do every single day, they're going to have an error. They're going to make a mistake.
I don't think that was the case in Minneapolis.
Well,
I just don't. It just wasn't.
You have one or two of these instances.
A day.
A day, whatever. You're still talking thousands of operations a day across the entire country, and it's easy to find one of those two.
So do they not care anymore because they're not doing it? They're not doing that anymore.
The police carry out thousands of operations every single day where they stop people and they arrest people and do everything, and they aren't getting caught doing these things the wrong way, the way where the ICE is getting caught doing things the wrong way. The ICE is, and I'm telling you because I am involved in these situations where we've been, monitoring everything that's been going on in Arizona. This is not a rare case. ICE going in and forcing their way into a home without a judicial warrant when the people are telling them that they're not allowed inside, when people are trying to tell them like, hey, I'm an American citizen, here's my ID. This isn't rare, and that's the problem. The problem is that we still have people on the right who believe that ICE is doing the right thing, that essentially, that's the problem. ICE, as it is currently constructed, cannot be held up. They on the daily breaking people's civil rights, and I just believe that the way it's right now, you have to start from square one. You have to tear apart the way that ICE is set up right now, and you're going to have to rebuild it from the ground up.
They were fine before. I don't know what happened to them over the last year.
Yeah,
I think we actually do.
We've deported millions of people prior to this. All right. Thank you so much, all of you, for being inside the face-off again. Right to left for me here. That's General Mick McGuire, Ricardo Reyes, and Sal DeCiccio. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you being a part of this discussion. Hey, we also appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass that makes it work. We've got our DJ over there just in time. We have the First Lady of Outspoken, our producer, Miss Jules. Thank you very much to her. Of course, Becky Lynn, the Hall of Famer, with all the news and information and getting you home with your traffic. That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News. You got to laugh out of that, Bruce. Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
By now, everybody in Arizona knows that when selling a home, you get thousands more at 72sold.com. But what you may not know is if you're looking to buy a home, you can get an advantage over other home buyers at CHomesFirst.com. At C Homes First, you learn about newly listed homes before they're on Zillow, before they're on Realtor.com, before they're active in MLS. Want an advantage over other home buyers? See for yourself at CHomesFirst.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Hey, welcome to Wednesday evening. At 6 o'clock, I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. And tonight,
a man in Arizona ICE custody dies from sepsis. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also tonight,
the way teachers' unions operate in Arizona could end up on your ballot this November. I'm Shira Tanzer.
We're going to have those stories and much more coming up. But right now, off we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center to get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 southbound, approaching Utopia Road. El Mirage with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. On the US 60 Grand Avenue westbound near Thompson Ranch Road, and a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 39th Avenue and Grand Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low is going to be in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, sunny and a high near 80 degrees with some potentially gusty winds getting up to 25 miles an hour. Chance of rain on Sunday into Monday. Right now in Casa Grande, it's 79 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
A man in Florence ICE detention died Monday after his toothache turned into sepsis. His brother believes this could have been prevented.
Emmanuel Damas was taken to a Valley hospital nearly a week after he first complained of the toothache. His brother, Presley Nelson, says Damas was handcuffed to the hospital bed, even though he was so sick he couldn't even open his eyes.
I wanted everyone to know he was a loving father and someone who was had a good heart, compassionate. There was no reason for them to treat him like this.
Nelson says it was very difficult to get medical information about his brother for the 11 days he was hospitalized. The family was only allowed to come visit the day before Damas died. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR has reached out to ICE for a response. We are waiting to hear back. Well, you're feeling it while you're fueling up your tank, and you may feel the impact of the conflict with Iran when you're trying to close on a house.
The conflict in Iran is also playing a role on interest rates, with 30-year mortgages hovering around 6%. ASU professor Kimberly Winson, executive director of the International Real Estate Society, tells Arizona's Morning News, we're already seeing an impact.
I think some uncertainty entered the market, and uncertainty is basically risk. The interest rate on the 30-year fixed mortgage is actually tied to the yield on the 10-year Treasury bond. So when risk enters the market, the yield on the 10-year Treasury increases.
While she says rates are tough to predict, Winston expects this to be a short-term blip in the housing market, but warns buyers they may have to adjust expectations in the meantime. Colson Krolak, KTAR News.
A quick-thinking student at Sunland STEM Academy reported a fellow classmate had brought a firearm into school, resulting in a lockdown today. Phoenix police conducted a full investigation while the students were on lockdown, and they were able to safely remove the firearm from campus. 2 students were taken into custody.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona's education unions could be facing some major changes.
A new ballot referral could be changing how education unions operate. It could limit school districts' ability to provide space, funding, or resources to any labor organization. President of Arizona Teachers Union, Arizona Education Association, Marisol Garcia, says it could push teachers away from the industry.
It would block educators from meeting in their own schools. It will override existing agreements and contracts between school districts and employees and ban payroll deduction for union dues.
The referral could end up on your ballot in November if it's passed by the Arizona Senate. It's already passed the House. We asked lawmakers for comments. So far, there's been no response. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more Education Solutions stories by going to KTAR.com/education. Wall Street today, the Dow was up by 238 points. S&P also rose 53, and the NASDAQ jumped 291. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
New polling data is out from Noble Predictive Insights on Arizona's race for governor. Here to help us break it all down is KTAR News reporter Ballon Overstoles. Good evening, Ballon. And according to the latest poll, who's going to be our next governor?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. As always, happy to be here. Yeah, new data coming in. And before, I get to that question specifically, really want to highlight the main takeaway is this is going to be a really tight race. I mean, that's what this data is showing. That's what the head pollster here, Mike Noble, is saying. But looking at this data right now, if this election were to happen today, actually, it's showing current Governor Katie Hobbs ahead. At a minimum, if she was going against Andy Biggs, Republican Andy Biggs, she's at a +5 advantage. And if she were going against Republican David Schweikert, that goes up to a +9 advantage.
So how does the race between Biggs and Schweikert look now that Karen Taylor Robeson has dropped out?
Yeah, and honestly, that's probably one of the bigger drops of information from this data set. So yes, recently Karen Taylor Robeson decided to leave, heading into the Republican primaries, and it was really Andy Biggs who took the bigger score of those voters who now were looking for a new Republican candidate in most cases to support. Andy Biggs up +16 from the last round of polling, whereas David Schweikert up +5 from their own last set of polling. So both did see increases overall, but Andy Biggs with much, much more increases.
Bowen Overstol is KTAR News reporter joining us, breaking down what the poll numbers look like from Noble Predictive Insights on the future governor here in Arizona. Bowen, you said the big takeaway to you is a tight race for sure. Do you happen to have in front of you or know roughly off the top of your head polling data that's come out over the last few months? And is it tightening? Is the margin getting wider here? What made you say, hey, the big takeaway is that this is going to be a tight race here in Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, partly because that's what we heard from Mike Noble, who put this data together, but because these are similar lines we also saw it going into previous elections, the gender divide. We are seeing women break out far more for Hobbs than men support Biggs. And to me, this just looks like similar data sets we were seeing going into last elections and previous elections that were also tight. So in terms of comparison to previous polling, I don't have that offhand, but again, just looking at this data here, it's Hobbs may look ahead when you see +5, +9, but we're still a far ways out from the election that is getting closer, but there's still a lot of time for those numbers to shift.
And I had heard someone say, not necessarily Noble Predictive Insights, but that if anyone was going to gain out of Robeson dropping out, that Hobbs camp would hope that it would be Biggs because they felt she had a better chance to beat him. Had you heard that as well?
I know we've brought these questions to Governor Hobbs before, too. She's always sort of expressed confidence in her ability to run against Andy Biggs. Obviously, we will see what happens later in the year. But in terms of what she's putting out there, she's feeling confident. And, again, going back to what Mike Noble was saying, nobody's running away as of now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah. But, he's saying she's in a pretty comfortable spot all in all.
You just mentioned right there as well, Bowen, you said that the women seem to be more so turning out in favor of Governor Hobbs, whereas men seem to be turning out in favor of Andy Biggs right now. I looked at that polling data a little bit. Based on what you saw and based on what Mike Noble's saying, is this going to be a race that is essentially decided by gender? If we get more women to turn up at the polls, is that pro Katie Hobbs? If more men turn out, will that favor Andy Biggs more? Is it going to simply be decided by gender here in Arizona?
What I can say, who will be the bigger deciding factor in this race are those undecided voters. We're still seeing about 16% of voters undecided in terms of who they polled, not sure exactly who they're going to go for. And, we've been hearing this in Arizona for a while, but it's whoever can get to that middle, the independents in the middle, the people who aren't so sure where they want to go. Whoever can better communicate to that base is likely the person who will win this election. But yeah, looking at the gender gap really quickly, I think it's worth pointing out that it's not an equal advantage both ways. When we say more women are supporting Hobbs, that's a +15 advantage. The men advantage that Biggs has is not nearly as strong at +5.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstol is looking at the latest polling data that we have for Arizona's governor race, and there's going to be several more polls over the next few months as well.
Yeah, we still have a ways to go before we get there. So
thank you so much, Bowen. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Coming up in just a few minutes, a big stretch of State Route 51 under construction. We're going to take a look at that, bring you another traffic report for your trip home tonight. KTAR News Time is 6:09.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, March 6th through 8th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University Clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
This isn't just any music and wine event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. It's the Love is in the Air music and wine event, and it's happening Friday evening, March 6th. I'm Jamie West. Sip, savor, and soak in the sounds of the talented North Valley Chorale with their enchanting Love is in the Air concert. From heartfelt harmonies to soaring melodies, it'll be a night for raising a glass to love. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Happy Thursday, or is it? Does your job bring you to tears even if you don't have to work with Gatos? Apparently, there is crying at work. A lot of it. Today on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Oh, thank goodness I don't have to work with Gatos anymore. It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn. And shout-out time right now for our friends in Tolleson.
Tolleson.
We appreciate you listening and watching KTAR in Tolleson.
Rehabbing a big stretch of State Route 51. We're going to explain that coming up. But right now, let's see how things are moving on the 51 and the 17 and the 10, et cetera, et cetera. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane on the I-17 southbound on-ramp on Thunderbird Road. Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 83rd Avenue. And El Mirage with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. US 60 Grand Avenue westbound near Thomas Ranch Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 55 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny with a high around 80. Right now in Tonopah, 77 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com. And you knew people could go to rehab, but did you know our roads go to rehab as well? Becky Lynn, ADOT is embarking on what I like to call a PRP. That's a pavement rehabilitation project. You familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Well, I completely just made that up right now.
You know what? I like it, though.
For more info on when, where, and why, we turn to Doug Ninsel with ADOT. Doug, ADOT's going to be busy on a big stretch of State Route 51 this month. Fill us in on what they're going to be doing.
Joe and Becky, a shout out to our 51 commuters.
Yeah, there's plenty of them tonight. I'm one.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands. Count me in, too.
It is my freeway as well. So we have something in common there. Pavement improvement, that's the project I call it. But State Route 51, we're going to really be working on the pavement between Interstate 10 down at the mini stack interchange all the way north to Shea Boulevard. So about a 10-mile stretch that is going to, first of all, have the old worn rubberized asphalt layer that's on top right now. We're going to remove that layer of the older pavement. Then we're going to move into the process that's known as diamond grinding of the concrete. That will be the pavements that is showing once we remove that rubberized asphalt. And I think the two of you may have seen this happen on other freeways here in the Valley where we've actually done this process, taken off the older worn asphalt pavement, and now it's smoother because of the diamond grinding.
Of course, it makes sense that it has to be done periodically. I mean, there's a lot of cars that travel that. But, Doug, how long is this all going to last? I mean, is it going to mess us up for a really long time here?
Well, we have to have some closures where we're going to start the project off with a series of weekend closures. So the example being next weekend, over the weekend of March 13th to the 16th, there will be a closure of southbound 51 in between Cactus Road on down to Northern through the Dreamy Draw. That's our first closure as the crews start the removal of the asphalt pavement. So that's going to be the primary thing that gets done really over the course of the first 6 weekends of the project. We have to get down to the concrete pavement, and then we're going to move through that process known as diamond grinding. So we need folks to stay tuned on, hey, when are the closures going to be needed? When are lane restrictions going to be in place, for example, maybe on weeknights that we have that kind of work taking place. So we're just going to have to keep folks up to date, but we can tell you that it is going to start. They are targeting 3 southbound closures as they move through, and then they'll switch over and do northbound, probably starting into the month of April. So, it is going to be rough, and we do need folks to start planning to use alternate routes, especially when we have those weekend closures.
Doug Ninsel, Public Information Officer with ADOT, joining us. 9.5-mile stretch of the State Route 51 going to be undergoing heavy-duty construction here. Doug, how long are we looking at this going on? You mentioned March. You mentioned April. Are we going to be done in a couple months?
No, it won't be a couple of months.
Oh.
It's going
Come on, good news, Doug. Good news.
Through the summer, huh? Okay.
Do you remember when we did this on I-17?
Yes.
Up near north of Happy Valley Road, up
yes.
the Carefree Highway. It needed quite a number of closures because not only is it doing the pavement work, but there are some times that the crews are going to have to work on the deck joints for any of the bridge structures, and they can't work across the entire width of the freeway without having a closure there too. So we just need folks to understand this is a project that will involve closures, and we are targeting, well, probably a little bit more than a total of 6 months for all the work to get done on this stretch. So that's what I need folks to expect. As I look through getting through the summer into the fall, I certainly go into a project like this hoping that all the work will be done by Thanksgiving. That's when we get into that holiday travel season. So that's what folks should start to expect. If we can get it done sooner, we certainly are going to try to do that.
Man, this is a huge project. This is a 2026 project for sure. So, Doug, you were mentioning it's going to start next weekend with the southbound closures, and I heard you mention about 6 weeks. So the closures over the weekend, what about Monday through Friday? Lane restrictions or any closures weekdays too?
Right now, they are targeting having some lane restrictions on the weeknights. I think the project really is going to involve, first of all, the weekend closures. That'll be the primary thing that folks can expect to see and experience. And that's why we're going to start to tell folks about, hey, be ready to use I-17 as an example, as a north-south freeway while the 51 is affected. Of course, you can use some of the local roads like Cave Creek Road or Tatum Boulevard. We're going to be out there with those recommendations on, hey, what is the best way to work around the fact that the 51 is closed at any one time.
Doug, how does ADOT determine what project is going to be next? You've obviously got this one with State Route 51. You mentioned that that they were doing this heavy-duty work on the 17 before. How is it planned out? What do you know what's going to come up after this 6-month project on the 51, or is it just kind of, hey, we get the money and then we move on to the next one?
Yeah, this is all scheduled out, and we work very closely with the Maricopa Association of Governments because they're the freeway planning agency for the Valley. ADOT really is the builder or the agency that's doing the work in terms of managing the projects once it's time for them to go. But a schedule for projects such as what we're going to do on the Loop 303, it's just starting now in between I-17 and 51st Avenue. That has been in the MAG plan. Now that the voters said yes to Proposition 479, that means the funding is available, and MAG puts a schedule together. ADOT follows that. Now, some of the freeway maintenance stuff, it'll come along, and we'll have to, again, schedule that depending on the amount of maintenance funding ADOT has available. But these bigger projects, they are part of MAG's plan, and ADOT follows that blueprint in scheduling things out. So folks can even go to the MAG website and see what is planned in the future. And I'd love to come back on with you and start to talk about some of the other big projects starting into these spring months. And I'll give you a hint. One of them is going to be the project in the West Valley along I-10 at the Loop 101. That is the Agua Fria Freeway out near 99th Avenue. We're going to start the project this spring that is going to build the HOV lane ramps between I-10 and the Loop 101 to and from the direction of, say, State Farm Stadium along the 101. And, of course, vice versa would be to and from the downtown Phoenix area. There are some other big improvements that will take place at that interchange. So that's an example of a project that is scheduled through the MAG freeway plan. And again, one of the big things is the funding is available because the voters said yes to Proposition 479.
So no complaining. You said you wanted it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and I would just say that the three of us have all talked about using State Route 51. That's our freeway of choice. We can look forward to the fact that it's going to be much improved in terms of the pavement quality. Your riding surface is going to be a lot better, but we have to go through this pain in order to, have those conditions improved.
Doug Nitzel, Public Information Officer with ADOT. We will certainly have you back and talk about those upcoming projects as well. A reminder, if you're just joining us, going to be 6 months plus of freeway construction on the State Route 51 from on the north end of things, almost Cactus, all the way down to McDowell for a 9.5-mile stretch.
Yeah, and starts next weekend.
State Route 51.
Southbound. Yeah.
So make sure to plan accordingly. Doug, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You bet. Enjoy the ride.
Oh, yes, we will. Thanks, Doug. So coming up.
Their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead.
President Trump continuing to see progress in this conflict with Iran. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. And we're going to check on traffic again for you, too. KTAR News Time is 6:24.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That fun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-Person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club, with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening at 6:28, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
Governor Hobbs says state police are looking out for local threats amid the war with Iran. I'm Bowlin Overstolz.
Also tonight,
I can tell you that this plane was flying out of Deer Valley. Some kind of mechanical problem, was returning to the airport.
You probably saw pictures on KTAR.com and other places too. A small plane crashed right into a North Phoenix backyard. Hit 2 houses. We'll have more on that story, but right now let's check out the roads and get you home safely. Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you. Tempe with a debris on the left-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Mill Avenue. Scottsdale, disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near McDonald Drive. And Phoenix with a crash blocking the left lane on-ramp. I-17 southbound at Thunderbird Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
I heard you laugh at me with my time check, Becky Lynn. You know, when I check the time, I am literally checking the time.
You are, and well, me too. And luckily, it's right in front of you.
Hey, you get it spot on. I have a little bit of an adventure. Tonight, we're going to dip to 55 degrees overnight for your valley weather. Thursday, we should get to about 80 degrees for our high with some occasional gusty breezes. Right now in Apache Junction, 74 degrees. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
We're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly. Now, that's what the president said today on the Iran war, speaking at a roundtable on data centers.
So on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
He touted the success of the operations against Iran and that these operations would continue.
As governor, the safety of Arizonans is always going to be my top priority.
And this war in Iran has state law enforcement agencies on alert.
There's been concern of potential terror attacks in the U.S. following the outbreak of war in the Middle East. Already a possibly linked weekend shooting in Austin, Texas. Governor Katie Hobbs saying today,
the Department of Emergency Management, the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, and Department of Public Safety are monitoring any threats. At this point, there are no credible threats.
And she urges Arizonans who may be stuck in the region or know someone who is to stay informed about the changing situation via the State Department.
Would encourage Arizonans to enroll in the State Department's STEP program so that they can get alerts if they're in affected countries.
Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
We've seen this before, so says Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, after seeing all of the confusion at the polls in Dallas during yesterday's Texas primaries.
The extremists in Texas, very much like some of our own homegrown extremists right here in Arizona, decided convenience wasn't important anymore, and they wanted to confuse voters. So let's go to this precinct-based polling place.
In addition to the confusion it caused, Fontes tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that system is much more expensive to run, and you can see the entire conversation with the Secretary of State right here on KTAR's YouTube channel. 3 people injured after a small plane crashed into the backyard of a North Phoenix home this morning. At a press briefing, Phoenix Fire Captain Todd Keller explained what led up to the crash.
I can tell you that this plane was flying out of Deer Valley. Some kind of mechanical problem, was returning to the airport.
Everyone involved in the crash has been transported to the hospital. They are expected to fully recover. And for more information, you can go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. An Arizona man will be spending more than 3 years in prison for fencing some $2 million in stolen merchandise.
Attorney General Chris Mays, along with the Oro Valley Police Department, found that Nicholas Miller worked with an East Coast connection to move close to $2 million in stolen goods from stores in Phoenix and Tucson. Mays says Miller was paid more than $400,000 to move the goods. In addition to jail time, Miller will pay some $75,000 in fines. John Roller, KTAR News.
In sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks continue their Cactus League schedule, and this afternoon they took on the Athletics, scored a 3-1 win. It's a night off for the Phoenix Suns, but tomorrow night they'll be hosting the Chicago Bulls. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
After 2 straight years where they... Becky Lynn, I need some help with this. So, after 2 straight years where they had to tighten their purse strings, is the Tooth Fairy a they? Is it an it? Is it a he? Is it a she? Because, I mean, in the movie, the Tooth Fairy, that was played by The Rock.
Right.
So you're the Hall of Famer. Well, what is the Tooth Fairy?
Tinkerbell is a fairy, and she was a she. So...
Can we go with she for this story?
We can if you want to. Sure, we'll go with she. Yeah.
So regardless, business is booming again.
For the Tooth Fairy.
For those receiving
from
the Tooth Fairy.
I thought you meant more of our teeth were falling out.
No. Payouts from the nighttime when the Tooth Fairy shows up to almost $6 a tooth, $5.84 per tooth. That's up 17% from last year, according to Delta Dental's 2026 Original Tooth Fairy poll.
And this matters why? Is this inflation, Joe? Are we basing our economy on the tooth fairy here?
Well, it's funny you say that because actually, this actually is a bit of an economic indicator.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
For almost 30 years now, the payouts from the tooth fairy have doubled as an economic indicator, and this year's nearly 20% increase mirrors market gains that signal renewed spending power from people.
Wow. So we're making more money in the markets, and so we're giving our kids...
Supposedly.
I'm sorry. The tooth fairy is giving the kids more when they lose their teeth. That's interesting. About $6 a tooth.
Yeah. So for the first tooth, $7.17.
Okay.
Does that feel like a lot to you?
Yeah, I think I got a quarter to 50.
For the first one.
For any of them. I remember.
You didn't get more for the first one? There was a bonus for the first one.
No, I don't think so.
I want to say I got like a 10 or a 20
for
the first
I remember getting $1 at some point. And I think mine actually went up.
Really?
Yes, I think the first one, it was like, maybe a quarter.
I would have been knocking those suckers out if that was the case. Man, you had an interesting tooth fairy. Okay.
Yeah. So what about things that weren't money? Did you ever get a gift when a tooth came out?
I don't think so. Do your parents still have any of your baby teeth? Or did the tooth fairy take them all?
I think the tooth fairy took them all, but I think for my kids, the tooth fairy might have left one or two. And I look back at that now and think, that's kind of gross.
Yeah, in 1998, when this poll first started, teeth were going for under $2 a pop.
Yeah.
$1.30 each.
Yeah, that sounds more logical to me. So.
Hey, the tooth fairy apparently has money to burn right now.
Apparently so, doing very well in the tooth fairy 401k.
He, she, it, and they.
That's right.
Tooth fairy.
Thanks for letting us know. Now kids will know what to expect. So coming up.
There was no reason for them to treat him like this.
Some questions about the death of a Haitian asylum seeker who was being held at an ICE detention center in Florence. We'll have more on that with Heidi Hommel, KTAR News Time, 6:36.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
A measure making its way through the Arizona legislature would charge any adult with manslaughter if they persuade a minor to die by suicide. Current law punishes the providing of the means to carry out a suicide, but not words or online messages.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Greg Ayler, host of Fire Your Financial Advisor, a different look at retirement and the financial industry.
If you feel like you're ready to retire, you're probably close. This comes up with a lot of people where they're like, I'm thinking about it. And then like a month later, you're like, yep, retired. You're like, that's quick. Because once you go down that road, you start to check out. You're like, you start visualizing what life will be like.
Come visualize your retirement. Sunday mornings at 11, here with Greg Ayler on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
We get it. A meal shouldn't cost you nearly $20. And we agree. At Venezia's Pizzeria, lunch or dinner for under $10 is still a thing. And for an even sweeter deal, stop in and grab a Slice Rewards card. Get a stamp for every qualifying Slice special. 10 visits, 1 free qualifying special. Simple. And every Tuesday, we double your stamps. That's your free pizza twice as fast. Venezia's Pizzeria, a family tradition with great rewards.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp on Arizona's Morning News Wednesday. The many surprising ways the Iran war affects us in Arizona, 7,000 miles away. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR app.
It's 6:40. Thanks for joining us here on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
We have in studio Heidi Hummel. I wasn't sure if you were going to introduce her.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's one of those moments where I look at Becky Lynn, she looks right back at me.
We figure it out.
It's a big story that you've had all day today, Heidi. A Haitian asylum-seeking man who was being detained by ICE in Florence is dead after a tooth infection was reportedly not given timely medical care. And give us some more information on what happened here. How does someone go from a toothache to passing away, Heidi?
Seems unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a very crazy story. So the man's name is Emmanuel Damas. And yes, as you mentioned, he's a Haitian migrant, 56 years old. His whole family, they've been living in Boston for like nearly 3 decades now. So they've been here. But he came from Haiti in 2024 under the Biden administration's asylum plan.
Okay.
And so, and his brother, who I spoke with today, Presley Nelson, he said he sponsored his brother in 2024 so he could come live with him under that asylum program in Boston. And so they were, all living together. They're a big family. And then he wound up, he actually got arrested in Boston. He got arrested for slapping his son on the back of the neck. There was someone called the police because his son was playing in the backyard. And so then the dad woke up, Emmanuel, and he thought his son had called the police, but that wasn't the case. Anyway, he gets arrested by Boston PD, gets taken to jail, doesn't get charged with anything, though. And so, but his family still has to post bond so he can be released. And instead of releasing him, ICE comes and picks him up. This happened in September, or maybe a little further back. No, this has happened in September. And
last year, nonetheless.
Yes, last year. And so then he kind of bounced around. He went to Buffalo, New York, ICE detention there, winds up in Florence. So he's been in Florence since about November, about 4 months. And this is when the toothache starts. So the toothache starts kind of like mid-February, and he starts complaining about it. He can contact his family. He's calling his family from Florence detention, and talking to them multiple times a day. They say they're worried about him. He's in a lot of pain. Tell him to go to the clinic. He goes to the clinic, and they give him Tylenol, for the pain. But that's about it. And so it gets worse and worse. Mom talks to him on the phone and says, he sounds sick. His voice is quieter. He doesn't sound well. So eventually the toothache gets so bad, nearly a week goes by, and they take him to the hospital in Phoenix to get further looked at. And so now his family's really concerned. They're like, do we need to fly out there? Can we come visit him? They're told, no, you're not allowed to come visit him. You need to get, permission from the authorities of an ICE detention to do that. But so they're checking in on him regularly. And then the hospital staff tell him, we're not allowed to give you updates anymore. They've been told that they're not allowed to give
the family.
Yes.
Wow.
On his medical condition because it's an ICE detainee. And so they're getting nervous. At one point, Presley was telling me on the phone, he kept calling and asking the nurses, is he still alive? Is he still alive? And can't get an answer.
Oh.
So Emmanuel was hospitalized for a total of 11 days. 6 out of those 11 days, his family doesn't know where he is and can't get a hold of him. Eventually, things get so severe that the hospital reaches out to the family and they say he needs surgery. He's going into surgery on Friday, and that's this past Friday. They say the infection has gotten so bad, the tooth, it's infected, and that they actually have to go in there to try to remove some of it because he is septic now. And so they did that surgery on a Friday. On Saturday, the family is told, actually, you can come visit. And it was the nurses who called the family and said, you're allowed to come visit now. They got on a plane on Sunday and got there. And then Emmanuel died on Monday. So it all happened pretty fast from when he went into surgery.
From a tooth infection.
From a tooth infection.
So you're not a lawyer, Heidi, so that we're not trying to, necessarily put you on the spot with a legal question. But if somebody does pass away in ICE custody, what legal recourse do the families have? And second, aren't they obligated to care for these people? I mean, it sounds like they gave him Tylenol, but they didn't do a dental examination.
Yeah, exactly. And Presley, the brother, told me, he was like, they need to be held accountable. They need to be held accountable for the health care of all the detainees in ICE detention. He said his brother wasn't the first person to die in ICE custody, and he doesn't think he'll be the last either. So I don't know if they're going to, try and pursue charges on that. They do have an immigration lawyer that they've been working with, but that won't, help you with a claim or anything. And so Presley, the whole family is just really upset. They say that this shouldn't have happened. If he was with his family, like the toothache would have gotten treated. Of
course.
And so they're just really kind of shocked how this all happened kind of so fast. In the span of a couple weeks, you go from a toothache to not
death.
here anymore. Yeah.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel joins us. Heidi, take us back a few weeks ago. You joined us here on Arizona's Evening News. Was it with Congresswoman Ansari that she visited an ICE detention center, and where was that?
Correct. It was in Eloy, so not far from Florence, but Eloy, and it was Representative Grijalva, Adelita Grijalva, and she went to go kind of check on conditions, namely health conditions, because they found out that it's an older population at the Eloy detention facility. So she wanted to make sure, there
was one individual in particular, you highlighted their story.
Yes.
She had dementia.
Julia, yes.
A woman.
Yes, she's actually out now.
Oh,
she's
good.
out and she's went home. That's an update on that story. Rep Grijalva actually took her to the airport and sent her off on that flight. So Julia is out now. But yeah, just if it is an older population that we're seeing now in these ICE detention facilities, a tooth problem, you think go to the dentist, right? You don't have dental care maybe there. But if a tooth problem goes untreated for too long, it can kill you.
Yeah. Can become infected. What is ICE saying? Are they saying anything?
We reached out for a response and have not heard a response back. So no response from ICE yet on this.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel sharing the story of Emmanuel Damas, a Haitian asylum-seeking man who was detained by ICE in Florence, had been there for several months, tragically got this tooth infection and passed away on Monday. Heidi, we appreciate you sharing the story, and we know you're going to stay on this for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Let's take a look at traffic now. Back out to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Enrique Garcia.
Becky Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash blocking the on-ramp, Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound at Camelback Road. Tempe with debris on the left-hand shoulder, US 60, Superstition Freeway eastbound near Mill Avenue. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near McDonald Drive. And lastly, Phoenix with a crash on the left lane on-ramp, I-17 southbound at Thunderbird Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low going to be in the mid-50s. Tomorrow, sunny, up near 80 degrees for the high with some gusty winds. 20% chance of rain by the end of the weekend into Monday. Right now, 76 degrees in Tempe. Perfect day to find your next home. See homes 1 to 4 days before MLS or Zillow at seehomesfirst.com.
Coming up, the U.S. Senate votes not to step in and stop the conflict with Iran. We are less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. KTAR News time now is 6:48.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated. And with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show takes over State Farm Stadium this weekend with free parking.
Find solutions for remodeling, landscaping, and design.
Shop houseplants and local artisans.
Participate in free workshops.
Enjoy live music, magic shows, and even adopt a dog.
Bring the whole family for exclusive show deals and fresh ideas for every space you love. This weekend, Friday through Sunday, at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
It's Gatos. What percentage of public school teachers have a second job? You're not going to believe the figure that we're going to say at 2 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, 2 to 6. You can watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
I guess a little over 2/3, but you should make sure to check out Bruce and Gatos and see what they tell you tomorrow night. Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. In a vote nearly along party lines, the Senate blocked an effort to require President Trump to end U.S. strikes on Iran.
To demonstrate the historic significance of the moment, Democratic senators voted from their desks in favor of advancing a measure that would have directed the president to remove U.S. forces from hostilities against Iran. It was sponsored by Virginia Senator Tim Kaine.
I rise today in support of our troops who don't deserve to be sent into war unless this Congress votes that there should be such a war.
The Trump administration and most Republicans in Congress argue the president doesn't need congressional authorization. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
This weekend, the president will host a conference bringing together Latin American leaders.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced a Latin American conference to be hosted by the president this Saturday in Miami, Florida. She said the purpose of this weekend's summit is to promote freedom, prosperity, and security in our region. Leaders from 12 Latin American countries will be in attendance. This includes the heads of state of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, and Ecuador, among others. This announcement comes in the wake of a joint strike involving U.S. and Ecuadorian forces against targets designated as terrorist organizations. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
We're seeing people who need that assistance go without that assistance.
There's been a 31% drop in the number of Arizonans getting SNAP benefits from October to January, or more than 250,000 people. Governor Katie Hobbs saying today the state's trying to keep up with federal eligibility rules, which she also criticized.
The kind of widespread changes that were made in H.R. 1 is only making eligible people less eligible, and people who need those benefits not get them.
She says fraud can be an issue in welfare programs, but indicated work requirements and other new rules outweigh the risk, as people just aren't able to get the help they need.
Becky Lynn, let's go back and forth here on a few stories that didn't make our cut tonight, but we still deem them very important and very newsworthy. Our news volley here on Arizona's Evening News. I am deeming you not only a Hall of Famer. You are a Hall of Famer, but you are now the queen of spring break, Becky Lynn.
Am I the queen of spring break?
You are the queen of spring break.
Okay.
The U.S. Embassy lifted all travel restrictions to Mexico a week ago, and flights have resumed to both Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. Are you waving your wand and telling people to travel to Mexico for spring break?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Because I think that things have calmed down now. All the trouble happened.
After El Mencho?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you Puerto Vallarta is wonderful. So, and it really scared me when I saw that, because we just went last year, second trip to the same place that we'd gone before, and that was all going on. And I know I was watching on TV and I could see our resort over there in the pictures from where but things are calm now. And I think that we can trust
the U.S. Embassy?
Yeah, the U.S. Embassy.
Hey, they say it's good to go.
Back. Yeah, I would go.
Well, I trust the queen of spring break. So if you say it's safe to go,
I got to tell you, I'm not the queen of spring break, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with that. So yes.
There you go. Well, I deem you that.
Have you been to Mexico for a vacation?
When I was a real little child, my parents took me to Mexico, and I went to Toronto. But I don't even have my passport right now. I'm stuck here, yeah.
No, you need to get that fixed right away.
I have not had a passport since I've been an adult. Like, they just took me as a little kid.
Got to get it.
I'm told that often. I know.
Okay, get a dog live longer? Is it true? Well, yeah, kinda. Research points to positive benefits to dog ownership, particularly for those who walk their dog and get those steps in. Also, the companionship a dog offers can provide some mental well-being. Now, Joe, I know you've owned cats.
Many.
I've got a cat. I've had plenty of dogs. Do you think owning dogs can extend someone's life?
Definitely.
Yeah,
but I
agree.
think you have to do some of those things that you mentioned as well. Walk the dog. It's not simply have a dog, add 5 years to your life.
Well, you want to extend the dog's life, too. The dog needs walking.
Sure, but I think you, the person, need walking, too. And I think, having the dog, I think definitely can... Hey, I think petting something, it could be a stuffed animal. I think having that touch, a stuffed animal is not the same as a dog.
No,
I think
but
having
I know
a
what
companion,
you mean. It's the comfort.
Yeah. Definitely. But I think, as long as your dog isn't shredding your couch and doing awful things throughout your house that make you scream at it, I definitely think having a pet, and yes, a dog for sure. I think as much as I love cats, and do I miss the ones that I've had dearly, I think having a dog, because you don't really walk your cat so much. I know some people do the cat stroller thing, but I do think there are more health benefits to having the dog than the cat.
And I agree, physical and mental for sure.
No doubt about it. Hey, coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, change in who prosecutes ESA fraud cases. KTAR News Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer takes a closer look at that.
Also,
see that we have a lot more alike than we do different.
Preparations continue for the Iranian World Cup soccer team to train here in Arizona despite the continuing conflict.
And
developers can move forward with projects in this area.
Let's try that again.
Now, developers can move forward with projects in this area.
A new plan to make sure the water supply doesn't run dry in Pinal County. Those stories and much more. Watch Arizona's Morning News starting at 5 on the KTAR YouTube channel, or listen right here.
Okay, so I have a story that I'm going to leave you with. Usually we try to do like a good story or a funny story. This is a real story. But
it could still be good.
It's good for, depending on how it ends. It's just, I just find it interesting the way that it comes to be. You know, for years, and I'm one of them, music fans have complained that concert ticket prices are too high.
Oh, they've gotten crazy in the last couple
It's
years.
ridiculous. Well, it's become a a federal issue. Tonight, or today, Live Nation went on trial in New York over ticket prices.
Like the fees and all that?
Here's ABC's Sophie Flay to explain.
A jury set to decide whether the entertainment giant, which combined with Ticketmaster in 2016, is driving up prices in the music industry. In opening statements, a Justice Department lawyer pointed to the pre-sale event for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour in 2022, when Ticketmaster's site was overwhelmed and crashed, saying, "This case is about power, the power of a monopolist to control competition. Today, the concert ticket industry is broken."
This trial is expected to last 6 weeks. The price of concert tickets, a monopoly now, and it's gone all the way.
I mean, I love going to concerts.
I know.
I was looking at some festivals, things like hundreds of dollars.
Can't afford it anymore.
For one day, a couple $100.
Yeah.
A whole weekend, $1,000 plus.